Hello everyone, I'm the Creeps Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. When I was little, weekends were always my favorite. My parents were awesome about letting me sleep in the living room on Friday and Saturday nights. They knew I loved staying up late, and because my sister was such a light sleeper, I never got to do that in our bedroom without her waking up and telling me to turn off my tiny lamp or my quiet cartoons. So on weekend nights, I'd drag my pillow and blanket out to the couch after dinner, and they'd let me keep the TV on as long as I wanted, as long as the volume was low enough not to echo down the hallway. It felt like freedom. I'd sit there with my knees tucked under my blanket, just flipping channels. Sometimes I'd watch the old Nickelodeon shows on Nick at Night, or random sitcoms I didn't really understand, but felt proud to watch because they felt grown up. And sometimes I'd just fall asleep with the TV humming to itself, making that flickering blue light across the coffee table and the carpet. Even though the shows weren't always interesting, it felt like an adventure just to be up while the rest of the house slept. That night was like that. I don't remember what I was watching, but I do remember the glow of the TV was starting to hurt my eyes, and I couldn't keep my head up straight anymore. I slid down sideways on the couch, keeping my blanket over my shoulder, and let myself drift off while an old sitcom laugh track filled the quiet living room. It must have been close to 2 a.m. when I finally fell asleep, because I remember seeing the red digital numbers say something like 1:45 the last time I checked the clock. I woke up a little while later. I didn't know why at first. The TV was still on, but the sound was low, almost nothing. My eyes were scratchy and dry. I thought maybe I woke up because I needed to go to the bathroom, but as I sat up, I realized I felt this prickly feeling all over my skin. Like goosebumps, but sharper, like my nerves were alerting me to something without my brain knowing what it was yet. My arms felt heavy, but my chest felt tight. It was just instinct to sit up straight and stare out the big front window. Outside was silent. We lived in rural Georgia back then, just a small old house with chipped white paint and a porch with loose boards. Our front yard wasn't really a yard. It was just the beginning of acres and acres of trees. The moon was bright that night, really bright, and it lit up the grass and the edges of the driveway so well that I could see our truck and the porch steps clearly. Past the driveway was just trees, and they went on forever. Tall pines and oaks with thin trunks and wide-reaching branches, packed close together so you couldn't see more than 10 feet into them in the dark. It was so quiet I could almost hear the moonlight itself. But as I looked out, still half asleep and not breathing, I saw something that made every single muscle in my body freeze. There was a tree maybe 20 feet away, one that grew up right next to the gravel strip where my dad parked his old work truck. In the perfect blue-gray moonlight, I saw the silhouette of a person. Someone was up in that tree. They weren't climbing. They were just sitting there on a thick branch, hugging the trunk with their legs dangling down on either side. Their shape was so clear in the moonlight. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a shadow. It was a person. For a moment, I couldn't even think. I couldn't blink. I just stared and felt my chest get so tight I couldn't even swallow. That's when I heard our dog. She was old and usually didn't care about anything except sleeping and her biscuits. But that night she came tearing from the hallway, claws scrambling on the wooden floor, and she leapt up to the window with her paws scratching at the glass, snarling so loud I thought she was going to shatter it with her voice alone. Her hackles were up all down her spine, and she was drooling, her teeth bared, growling and barking so ferociously it almost shook the window itself. My whole body started shaking. I couldn't think about anything except getting to my parents. I ran so fast down the hallway, I tripped over the edge of my blanket and scraped my knee, but I didn't even feel it. I burst into their room, my breath coming out in little screams that didn't even sound like words at first. My mom sat up so fast her hair whipped around her shoulders. My dad swung his legs off the bed and reached for his glasses and whatever he kept by the nightstand. I tried to say, "There's someone outside. There's someone in the tree," but I couldn't get the words out in the right order. All I could do was point and sob and try to swallow down my breath before I choked on it. My dad didn't wait for details. He grabbed the baseball that he kept leaning against the dresser and stomped down the hallway in his underwear, calling for the dog to follow him. She was already at the door, barking so loud I was sure the neighbors miles away could hear. I stayed in my mom's arms on the edge of their bed, shaking so hard I could feel my teeth knocking together. My mom rubbed my back and pressed her hand to my forehead like I had a fever, but all I could do was stare at the door and listen to the dog's barks get deeper and angrier as my dad flung open the door and stepped out onto the porch. The night was silent again, except for the echo of the dog's growls fading as she ran out into the yard. My mom kept her hand on my head, brushing my hair back again and again, whispering things I couldn't hear because my ears were full of my heartbeat. I felt like my chest was vibrating. I kept thinking about that man in the tree, how he wasn't moving at all, just sitting there like he was waiting. It felt like an hour before my dad came back inside, but it was probably only 5 minutes. He was breathing hard, his chest rising and falling, but his face was angry, not scared. He said he looked all over the yard and the driveway, and even shone the flashlight up into every tree he could reach, but there was no one there. No footprints. Nothing. He told me to go back to bed, but I couldn't stop shaking. My mom pulled me close and helped me calm down, but when they told me I could sleep on the couch again, I shook my head so hard my neck hurt. I didn't want to be out there alone. I didn't care if I woke up my sister. I just needed to be in my room with the door locked. We walked down the hallway together. I could hear the dog still pacing back and forth by the front door, her nails clicking like she was trying to dig through the floorboards. When I climbed into my bed, my sister rolled over and groaned. I whispered to her what happened. She didn't even open her eyes at first, but when she realized I was crying so hard I couldn't breathe, she woke up properly and pulled her blanket away from her face to listen. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were wide open and she scooted closer to the wall, giving me space. My dad made rounds in the house for the next hour. I could hear him pacing the hallway, stopping by each window, sipping his coffee and muttering to himself. Every creak of the floorboards made me flinch. I stared at the wall for so long my eyes started to burn again. Finally I thought, maybe I can sleep now. My heart was slowing down and I felt so tired my bones ached. But when I turned my head to look out the window, I saw him. The man was there, standing right outside my bedroom window. The moon was behind him, shining so bright it made the glass glow silver. He was just standing there, staring at me through the glass. I couldn't see his face clearly, just his shape. He didn't move for a long moment. Then he lifted his hand slowly and put his finger to his lips like he was telling me to be quiet, like he was warning me not to scream. Then he turned around and ran away, not like a person creeping off or sneaking around the house. He just turned on his heel and sprinted in a straight line across the grass, past the edge of the moonlight, and disappeared into the trees. His body moved like he knew exactly where he was going. No stumbling, no looking back, just gone. I lay there in my bed with my blanket pulled up to my nose, staring at the spot where he had been, and I couldn't stop crying. I didn't make a sound, but the tears just kept coming, rolling into my hair and down onto my pillow until the pillowcase was soaked cold under my cheek. I felt so small in that bed. I felt like if I moved or breathed too loud, he would come back, and I didn't know what he would do if he did. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed awake staring at the window until the sky turned pale, and the trees outside turned from black shadows into dark green shapes. I didn't tell my dad in the morning. I didn't tell my mom. I just got up and walked into the kitchen and sat at the table staring at the linoleum floor while my sister told them I had seen him again. My dad called the sheriff later that day. They came out and looked around but found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no signs of trespass. But my dad started locking every window after sunset. He kept the bat next to him all the time, even when he sat in his recliner watching the news at night. My mom started closing the blinds before dinner, and I never slept in the living room again. Even as I got older and wasn't afraid of the dark anymore, I never once slept on that couch again. Years later, I still remember his shape sitting in that tree, and the way he raised his finger to his lips and told me to stay quiet without making a sound. I still wonder if he had been watching me all those other nights too, and I just never woke up in time to see him. And sometimes when the moon is bright and the trees sway just right in the wind, I remember that prickly feeling on my skin, and I close my curtains before I can see anything out there that I don't want to see. I remember that summer clearly because it was one of those stretches where the heat stuck around long after the sun went down. The air felt heavy, almost sticky, and even at midnight it was warm enough to ride without a jacket. That night, my friend and I had decided to go for a bike ride because neither of us could sleep. We weren't doing anything special, just riding around the quiet downtown streets and talking about nothing. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt to coast down those empty roads under the orange glow of streetlights, with no cars to worry about, no people yelling or honking, just the soft hum of our tires on the asphalt. When it got close to 1 a.m., we split up. She lived further out, and I only had about 2 blocks left to ride before I got home. I wasn't nervous. I'd done this 100 times before. The streets were quiet except for the far-off rumble of a train passing somewhere to the south, and the rhythmic squeak of my back brake pad rubbing lightly with each turn of the wheel. There was construction along the main road leading to my street, so I had to ride along the narrow sidewalk instead of the road. It didn't matter because there was no one around. At least, that's what I thought. I was riding slow, just rolling along and thinking about how tired I was starting to feel, when I saw him. He was walking up ahead, maybe 40 or so, with thinning hair and a scruffy face. His clothes looked normal for our area: jeans, a faded t-shirt, old sneakers. Nothing about him screamed danger at first glance. I didn't want to come up behind him and scare him, so when I got close, maybe 6 feet back, I said, "Hey, behind you," just enough to let him know I was passing. He turned around so fast it startled me. His eyes were dark, and the look on his face was pure anger. His lips curled back slightly, teeth clenched like he was trying not to spit at me. For a second I thought maybe he just didn't like being surprised. I kept pedaling and turned down my street. I live right off the corner, just a small house with a short front walk leading up to the stoop. My heart started beating harder when I heard his footsteps behind me, but it wasn't until I heard him start to yell that I felt real fear spread through my chest. At first it was just incoherent shouting, and then it turned into words. He was calling me every name he could think of, screaming that I was a fucking cunt, that I was dead, that he was going to kill me. I didn't even look back. I just kept pedaling, feeling the uneven slabs of sidewalk under my tires and hoping none of them would catch my wheel and throw me off. My street was dark. A couple porch lights were on, but mostly it was just that dim glow from the street lamp at the corner. I didn't want to turn into my driveway. If he saw me go in, he'd know exactly where I lived. So I kept riding, my hands gripping the handlebars so hard they hurt. I decided to go around the block again and come back once I was sure he was gone. I pedaled fast, cutting through the thick air, feeling sweat drip down my back. My mind was racing with thoughts about what I'd do if he caught up to me. Would I ditch the bike and run? Would I scream? Would anyone even hear me at this hour? When I finally came back around to my street, I slowed down near the corner, thinking I'd just coast by and see if he was still there. My stomach twisted into a tight knot when I saw him. He was standing on my front stoop, just standing there, facing out towards the street, like he was waiting for me. His shoulders were slumped forward a bit, his hands hanging loosely at his sides. Even from down the block, I could tell he was staring straight ahead, eyes focused right where I'd have to ride past to turn in. My mouth went dry. For a second I considered riding up and confronting him, yelling at him to leave, but something about the way he was standing made my chest feel tight and hollow at the same time. He looked like he was waiting to grab me. I kept riding, didn't slow down, didn't turn in. I just kept going past my house, past him, down the block and around the corner. I didn't look back to see if he watched me go. I didn't want to know. My legs were burning from pedaling so fast, but I didn't care. I rode all the way back to my friend's place, ignoring how tired I felt, ignoring how the sweat dripped into my eyes and stung. When I got there, I leaned my bike against the side of her garage and sat down on the driveway for a few minutes, trying to catch my breath and stop my hands from shaking. I texted my mom. I didn't tell her everything, just that a guy had been following me and I was going to stay at my friend's for a bit. She told me to stay put and let her know before I left for home. She asked if she should call the police, but I told her no. I don't know why. Part of me didn't want to make it into a bigger deal. Another part felt like they wouldn't do anything anyway. In our area, there were always people yelling at nothing in the streets. People sleeping on benches, people arguing with signs or empty air. This guy hadn't touched me, hadn't even spoken to me beyond the threats. I told myself he'd leave, that it was just another weird encounter I'd add to the list of reasons I didn't like biking home alone at night. I stayed at my friend's for about an hour. We sat on her porch steps while I calmed down. She offered me water and kept asking if I was okay, and I kept saying yeah, even though my heart still hadn't settled back to normal. When I finally felt steady enough to go, I rode home again, taking the long way around. The whole time, I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning every dark driveway and hedge I passed, listening for footsteps behind me. When I turned onto my street, I stayed on the opposite side, coasting slowly and checking my front stoop. It was empty. No sign of him anywhere. I went inside and locked the door behind me, double-checking it twice before I let myself breathe. I went to the front window and peeked through the blinds, scanning the yard and the street. Nothing. The porch light lit up the small square of concrete in front of my door and a few feet beyond that, but everything else was swallowed in darkness. I sat down on the couch and tried to calm down enough to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I pictured him standing out there again, waiting for me to come home. The next morning, I told my mom the full story. She wanted to call the police then, but I talked her out of it. I said he was gone and it didn't matter anymore, but the fear didn't leave me. Every time I left the house after that, I felt like he could be waiting around the corner. Every time I came home, I checked my stoop before I even got off my bike. For a few days I didn't see him again, and I started to think it really was just a random thing. Then 2 days later, my bike was gone. I'd left it in the alley behind the house because I didn't have a lock and I was too tired to bring it inside the night before. When I went out in the morning, it was gone. Just an empty spot where it used to lean against the fence. I remember standing there, staring at the gravel and weeds for a long time, wondering if it was him. If he came back looking for me and saw the bike sitting there. If he knew it was mine. If he knew for sure that I lived there. After that, I couldn't ride at night anymore. Even when I got a new bike later that fall, I never went out after dark. The thought of being out there, alone in the quiet streets, with only the sound of my wheels turning and the shadows shifting under the streetlights, made my chest tighten with fear. I kept thinking about the way he looked at me when he turned around. The way he stood on my stoop, staring straight ahead like he was waiting to see if I'd come back. There was something about him that night that felt empty and wrong, like he didn't care what happened to me or to him. Like he was just waiting for an excuse to do something awful. Sometimes I still see men walking alone when I'm out during the day. I think about how normal he looked, how if I told someone about him now they'd probably just shrug it off, thinking he was another harmless stranger with mental issues or too much anger in his life. But I know how it felt in that moment, riding past him in the dark, seeing him on my front stoop, and knowing without a doubt that if I'd gotten off my bike and tried to go inside, he would have come after me. That's the part that stays with me. The certainty. The knowledge that sometimes, in the quiet streets under the orange lights, there are people walking who are just waiting for someone like me to pass by alone. That's why now, even in the summer when the nights are warm and silent, I keep my blinds closed and my door locked. I don't ride after dark anymore. I don't take the quiet for granted, because all it takes is one person in the wrong place at the wrong time to turn a peaceful midnight ride into a memory that still makes your chest feel tight every time you think about it. I never used to be someone who minded walking alone in the woods. I found peace there, away from the hum of cars and the constant sounds of people. It was a warm day, late summer. I remember that clearly because the flies were out in clouds near the puddles, and my shirt was sticking to my back with sweat. I'd been following an old deer path, just to see where it went. It wasn't marked on any trail maps, and I liked that, knowing I was somewhere only animals walked. The trees weren't dense, more like scattered woodland with small clearings full of knee-high grass and thorn bushes. I stepped over fallen logs and felt the crunch of old dry leaves under my boots. Every now and then I stopped to just listen. I could hear wood pigeons calling, insects buzzing in the heat, and once or twice the crack of sticks somewhere deeper in the trees where maybe a deer was moving. I was just thinking about turning back towards the main trail because I'd been out a couple hours already, and I was hungry. That was when I smelled it. At first I thought it was something like rotting fruit. It was this thick, sickly sweet smell, almost syrupy. I've walked past dead animals before, rabbits or birds caught by foxes, and they always have that sharp, bitter rot smell. But this was different. It made my stomach tighten the moment it hit me. I stood there breathing shallow through my mouth, trying to work out what it could be. There was no orchard nearby, no berry bushes big enough to give off that much scent. I should have just kept walking, but I was curious. The smell was drifting from under a thick patch of brambles mixed with young hazel saplings. I used my boot to push some of the bramble aside and leaned forward, shielding my face from the thorns. At first I didn't know what I was seeing. Just this dark shape under the dappled light, flies swarming in thick clouds so that parts of it moved and shimmered. Then I realized it was a body. A man. He was lying on his back, half wedged against a fallen log. His skin was greenish-black in some places, stretched tight and shiny over swollen limbs, but peeling away and sagging in others, especially his face and stomach. I remember seeing his teeth because his lips were drawn back and his jaw hung open. His eyes were gone, just empty pits crawling with insects. For a moment I just stood there, frozen. My heart was thudding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. The smell was everywhere now that I'd pulled back the brambles, thick and cloying and sweet with decay. I felt bile rise in my throat, and I turned away, doubling over, gagging. I didn't throw up, but it was close. I remember thinking I should leave, that I couldn't deal with this, but I took my phone out with shaking hands and called 999. I didn't even know what to say at first. I just kept saying, "There's a body, there's a dead body," until the operator calmed me down enough to get my location. I gave them my best guess, describing the closest main trail and where I'd turned off. They told me to stay there and wait for the police. I remember looking down at the body again and feeling cold all over. Stay there. With him. My hands were still trembling as I put my phone back in my pocket. I stepped away from the brambles and sat down on a flat bit of ground near a tree, far enough that the smell wasn't so strong, but close enough that I could still see where he was. Every time the wind changed direction, the scent hit me again, and my stomach clenched. It was late afternoon when I found him. The light was already starting to get softer and more golden, but by the time the first police car pulled up on the main track, it was getting dark under the trees. I heard them calling my name, but they sounded so far away. I yelled back, standing up and waving until two officers appeared, pushing through the undergrowth with flashlights. They asked me to show them where he was. I led them to the brambles, and they shone their lights in. One of them let out a quiet sigh and said, "Yeah, that's him." I stepped back while they called in their report. More cars came later with other officers, and some people in plain clothes. A couple of them wore gloves and started setting up lights and a camera on a tripod. One of the officers stayed with me. He asked me questions. When did I find him? Did I touch anything? Did I know him? I just kept shaking my head. I couldn't take my eyes off the dead man. Seeing him under the harsh white light they set up made it worse. His skin was splitting in places. There was a dark stain in the dirt under his body. I saw small beetles crawling in and out of his nose cavity. Every time I closed my eyes, the image was still there, clearer than ever. They wouldn't let me leave. I sat there while they worked. It took hours. They covered him with a thin white sheet eventually, but it didn't stop the smell. It was fully dark by the time someone led me back to the trail, and then to the small car park where my car was waiting. They took my details and told me they'd be in touch if they needed anything else. I got in my car and sat there for a long time before driving away. I remember gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles went white. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face again. That wide-open mouth, teeth bared, lips peeled back. The empty eye sockets. For the first week, it was like that every night. I'd jerk awake gasping, drenched in sweat, my heart racing so hard it felt like it was going to tear itself apart in my chest. After a few days, the police called me. They said it was suicide. He'd gone missing a couple weeks earlier, left a note for his family. I didn't ask for details. I didn't want to know why he'd done it, or how. It was enough just knowing he had chosen to die out there. That patch of woodland where I used to feel safe and peaceful. Now it just felt wrong. But the worst part wasn't the memory of finding him. It was the dreams that started soon after. The first one was only a few nights later. In the dream, I was back in the woods. The sun was setting and everything was quiet, that eerie still quiet you get just before dark. I was standing by the brambles, looking down at the ground. He was there, lying just like before, but his head turned to look at me. Even though his eyes were gone, I could feel him looking right into me. He didn't say anything that first time, just stared. I woke up shaking and didn't sleep again that night. The next dream was worse. He was sitting up this time, mouth moving like he was trying to speak, but no sound was coming out. Black liquid was dripping from his lips and down his chin onto his chest. I woke up crying, the smell of rot still in my nose even though I was safe in my bed. After that, the dreams came more often. In some he would speak. His voice was hoarse and wet sounding. He told me I had disturbed his resting place, that he had chosen that spot, and I ruined it by finding him. He told me he wanted me to feel what he felt, that the only way to make it stop was to join him, to kill myself and lie down in the woods with him so we could rot together. I started avoiding sleep. I'd stay up late watching TV or scrolling my phone until my eyes burned. I drank coffee until I felt sick, just to stay awake. But eventually I'd nod off, and he'd be there waiting. Always waiting. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. What was I supposed to say? That a dead man was haunting my dreams, telling me to kill myself? It sounded insane. I knew it was just my mind trying to process the trauma of finding him, but that didn't make it feel any less real when I was asleep. Months passed, and the dreams came less often. Then I'd go weeks without them. Then months. But every time I thought I was free, he came back. Always the same woods, always the same brambles, always the same smell. Sometimes he's standing behind me, close enough I can feel the cold rot of him against my neck. Sometimes he's lying at my feet staring up at me with those empty sockets. Sometimes he tells me to lie down next to him and never wake up. Even now, years later, he still turns up in my dreams. Less often than before, but when he does, it feels just as real as that day I found him. Sometimes I wake up with tears running down my face. Sometimes I wake up screaming. I haven't walked that trail again. I haven't been deep in the woods alone since then. I miss it sometimes, the peace, the quiet, the feeling of being small in a big wild place. But the memory of him is always there to remind me why I stopped. I never saw his family. I don't even know his name, but he knows mine. At least, in my dreams he does. I know it's just my mind playing tricks on me, the trauma settling into some deep corner that never fully goes away. But it feels real. That's the thing about nightmares. It doesn't matter if you know they aren't real. Your body still feels the fear. I've learned to live with it. To live with him, I guess. I don't think about him during the day anymore. Only when I see something that reminds me, a patch of brambles, the smell of something rotting in a bin, even flies buzzing too thickly in the heat. Then it comes back in a rush. That smell, that face, those empty sockets. Sometimes I can almost hear him whispering again. But then I take a deep breath, shake my head, and keep walking. I tell myself he can't hurt me. He's just a memory, just a nightmare, just a man who died alone in the woods. I know that's all he is. But sometimes, when I wake up gasping for air in the dark, heart pounding, his voice still echoing in my head, telling me to lie down and never get back up, I'm not so sure. I remember when my mom told me this story. I was sitting in the living room scrolling on my phone, half listening, half zoning out like I always did after dinner. She started talking about my cousin who passed away about 10 years ago, and for some reason that evening, I put my phone down and actually listened properly. I don't know why. Maybe it was the tone of her voice or how quiet the house felt. I just remember the way the words came out of her mouth, slow and steady, and how the lights from the lamp behind her made the side of her face glow a little. My cousin, she was 17, maybe 18. I didn't know her that well because she lived a couple of hours away, but every time we visited, she'd be there, usually wearing these denim dungarees and a white zip-up jacket with a hood. She had long brown hair that she tied back in a ponytail most days, and she always wore this red baseball cap that looked a bit too big for her. Even indoors, she wore it pushed back, so you could still see her hairline. I always thought it made her look cool, like one of those older teenagers in movies who know what they're doing. She was good with kids too. She used to babysit my younger cousins, my aunt's kids, who were only about 3 and 4 at the time. They loved her. They used to run up to her the moment she walked through the door, clinging to her legs and making her laugh as she tried to shake them off. Then one day she was in a car accident. It was late at night, and I think she was coming back from work or from a friend's house. I don't remember which. Her car had hit a patch of black ice and slid off the road into a tree. She didn't die instantly. They took her to the hospital, and she was there for a couple of weeks, fighting. My dad went to visit with my mom once, and he came home quiet and didn't say much for the rest of the evening. A few days after that visit, she passed away. I remember that day because my mom answered the phone and started crying before she could even say hello properly. I was sitting at the dining table doing my maths homework, and I remember her tears dripping onto the floor as she listened to whoever was on the other end. That was 10 years ago now. Back then, my aunt's house was under construction. She and her husband had bought this old single-story house with a wide driveway and a small garden at the front. They were planning to extend it, add another room, fix up the kitchen, put in new flooring, and turn the backyard into a proper place for the kids to play. Construction had started just before my cousin passed away, and it continued on afterwards. My aunt told everyone she wanted to finish it quickly, so the kids had a safe place to run around, and she could finally put their beds in their own rooms instead of everyone sharing mattresses in the living room. I remember visiting while it was still under construction. The entire left side of the house was stripped down to its wooden beams. There were planks of wood leaning against walls, sawdust everywhere, exposed wiring hanging from the ceiling like dead vines, and tools scattered all over the place. There was always a smell of fresh paint mixed with wet plaster. The builders worked most days, sometimes weekends too, to get everything finished before the rainy season. One day, my aunt got a phone call while she was at work. She worked in an office about 20 minutes away, sitting at the reception desk answering calls, signing visitors in, and keeping the front area tidy. She told my mom about the call later that evening. One of the construction workers rang her up. He sounded annoyed, she said. He told her that there was a teenage girl who kept showing up at the house. At first they thought she was maybe your daughter or a niece, he said, but she kept coming in without saying anything to anyone, walking around, looking at the walls and the floors and the beams, then leaving again. My aunt was confused at first. She didn't know what girl he was talking about. She asked him what the girl looked like, thinking maybe it was someone from the neighborhood who was just curious about the construction. He described her. Long brown hair tied back, red baseball cap, denim dungarees, and a white jacket. As he spoke, my aunt's chest tightened because she knew exactly who he was describing. That was exactly what my cousin used to wear. The same outfit she wore almost every day, especially when she was babysitting or just hanging out at home. My aunt didn't say anything to the construction worker on the phone. She just told him she'd look into it. When she got home that evening, she printed out a photo of my cousin from her phone and brought it to the construction site the next day. She showed it to the workers. They all nodded immediately. Yeah, that's her, they said. That's the girl we keep seeing walking around here. She's been coming here for weeks now. We thought she was your daughter or something. But my aunt shook her head and told them that girl had passed away weeks before. When my mom told me this part, I felt my skin go cold. Not because of any ghost story vibe, but because of how real it sounded. My family wasn't the type to talk about ghosts or spirits. They didn't believe in anything like that. They didn't go to temples or shrines or anything like that either. They just believed in working hard, taking care of your kids, and living life as best as you could. That's why this story hit me differently. It wasn't told in a dramatic voice. It wasn't told like she was trying to scare me. She just said it like it was a fact, like this was something that happened, and then life moved on. After that day, the construction workers didn't see the girl again. They finished up their work over the next few months, sealed up the beams with new drywall, painted everything, put down new floors, and left. The house looked brand new after that. When I visited again, it didn't even look like the same place. The front garden was neat with small bushes planted under the window. The driveway was cleaned up, the concrete smooth and uncracked, and the front door had a fresh coat of dark blue paint. Inside, the walls were light cream, and the smell of wood polish mixed with that faint lingering smell of fresh paint. The kitchen had shiny counters and new cabinets with metal handles. The kids finally had their own rooms, and I remember seeing their small beds with cartoon bedsheets, little shoes lined up near the doorway, and their toys in neat baskets in the corner. My aunt never brought up the girl again. I think, for her, it was enough to know that maybe my cousin was just checking in on the house one last time. Maybe she wanted to see how it was coming along, to see where the kids she loved so much were going to grow up. Maybe that was all there was to it. No ghosts, no hauntings, just something that happened and then stopped happening. Sometimes I think about that story when I'm sitting alone in my room at night. I think about how life goes on even after people leave. Their clothes remain folded in drawers. Their shoes sit by the door for a while until someone puts them away. Their smell lingers on the jackets hanging in the hallway. Their photos stay stuck to fridges and pinned to cork boards, fading little by little. Their favorite cup sits in the kitchen cupboard, used by someone else or left untouched. And their memory walks through half-built rooms, through houses under construction, through spaces we are too busy to stand still in. I don't know if the construction workers saw her because they really saw her, or if it was just someone else who looked like her. Maybe it was a girl from down the road with the same kind of clothes. But my aunt showed them that photo, and they all said the same thing. That's her, that's the girl we've been seeing. And after that, no one saw her again. Whenever I think about my cousin now, I see her in that red baseball cap, dungarees rolled up a little above her ankles, and that white jacket zipped up halfway. I see her walking through the house, looking at the wooden beams, at the open spaces that would one day become bedrooms and hallways, and maybe she was smiling to herself, knowing the kids she loved so much would have their own place to sleep, to play, to grow up safe. Maybe that was all she needed before she left for good. The world kept turning after that. The kids grew up. The construction workers moved on to new jobs. The house became just another house on a quiet street. My aunt still lives there with her husband. The kids are older now. They probably don't even remember my cousin properly, except in old photos or stories told at the dinner table. But that story stays with me. Not because it's scary, but because it's real. It's real in a way that makes me feel like there's more to this life than what we see. Not ghosts or hauntings or spirits floating around. Just the memory of someone woven into the walls, the floors, the empty spaces, and maybe sometimes, if you're quiet enough, you feel them there for just a moment before the feeling fades away. And that's all there is to it. She came, she checked in, and then she left. Life went on after that, just like it always does. I was home for the summer holidays last year, back at my parents' place after a long stretch of work and classes. It felt nice to be back, to just sit in my old room with its familiar smells of wood polish, old bedsheets, and faint dust, and to not have to worry about early mornings or meetings or assignments. My room is at the end of the hallway upstairs, with my sister's room across from the stairs and a bit down the hall. We've always been close. That night I couldn't sleep. It was late, around 3 in the morning. Everyone else was asleep, and the whole house was quiet. It was that thick, heavy quietness you only get in the middle of the night, when even the smallest noise feels too loud. I was sitting on my chair by my desk with my laptop open, headphones in my ears, watching some video essays on YouTube. I remember feeling peaceful, but a bit tired too. My eyes were hurting from the brightness, so I turned off the lights and let the glow of the screen fill the room instead. It was when I was halfway through a video that my phone suddenly lit up on the table beside me. The vibration startled me because everything was so silent. I pulled out my earphones to hear the buzzing and saw that it was my sister calling me. At first I just thought it was odd because if she needed anything, she could have just come to my room. Her room wasn't far, only a few doors down the hallway. I remember staring at her name on the screen for a moment, waiting for the buzzing to stop so I wouldn't wake my parents. When I finally picked up, the call ended right before I could press accept. The sudden silence after the buzz stopped was almost unsettling. I sat there for a moment, looking at my phone screen that now just showed the lock screen again with her missed call notification. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe she accidentally pressed call in her sleep, but I still felt a little uneasy about it. After about 20 seconds, I figured maybe she wanted to ask me something and she'd call again. When she didn't, I decided to go check on her. I got up from my chair, stretched my back because sitting there for so long had made it stiff, and walked out into the hallway. The floorboards were cold under my feet, and as I walked, I could hear them creaking with each step. The hallway was pitch dark except for a faint strip of orange light coming from the street lamp outside through a slit in the curtains at the end of the hall. It lit up a small part of the wall and the carpet near my parents' door, but everything else was just darkness, thick and silent. I walked slowly down the hall, passing the linen closet and the bathroom, until I reached her room. Her door was closed, and I stood there for a second listening. At first I didn't hear anything. Then, suddenly, she started screaming. It was so loud and sharp that I felt like my chest jumped inwards. I didn't even think twice. I just turned the knob and pushed her door open as hard as I could. When I got inside, the first thing I noticed was that her window was closed. The curtains were half open, letting in the orange light from outside, casting her room in long shadows across the walls. She was sitting up in bed with her blanket bunched up around her chest, her hair messy, and her eyes wide open and wet with tears. She was shaking and her breaths were loud, broken gasps. I rushed to her side, scanning the room immediately. I looked behind the door, under the bed, in the corners of the room. There was nobody there. The room was empty. Just her lamp on her bedside table, her clothes chair piled with folded shirts, her bookshelf lined with dusty old novels and some makeup pouches, her small carpet at the side of the bed half rolled up from when she must have gotten out of bed quickly. She was still shaking, tears running down her cheeks, her breaths coming in short stutters like she couldn't get enough air. I didn't know what to do except sit beside her and rub her back until her breathing slowed down. After a while, when her sobs softened and she started to calm down, she told me what happened. She said she woke up suddenly. At first she didn't know why. The room was dark and she was half asleep, but then she realized she could see something in front of her face. Something dark, darker than the room around her. It wasn't touching her, but it was close, so close that she could see it even in the darkness. It was just this dark shape, like a shadow, right in front of her eyes. That's when she screamed. I sat there, still rubbing her back gently while she sniffled and wiped her tears on her blanket. I felt cold, like the room itself had dropped several degrees. I was still trying to process what she said when I remembered the phone call. I told her that she called me. She looked confused for a moment. Then she shook her head and told me her phone wasn't even in her room. She said she was sleeping and didn't call me. I remember frowning and telling her maybe she pressed it by accident before she fell asleep. She shook her head again, harder this time, and told me her phone was in her purse downstairs in the lounge room. I thought she was just confused, so I told her to stay there, and I went downstairs to check. I turned on the small hallway light near the stairs to see better. The house felt so empty at that hour. Every sound I made felt too loud in the quietness. I walked through the dark living room towards the corner table by the entrance where she usually left her bag. Sure enough, her purse was sitting there next to the shoe rack. I bent down and opened it. Inside was her phone. I pulled it out and pressed the power button. It was off. I pressed it again, and it didn't turn on. The battery must have been dead. I felt something weird in my chest then, like this tightening feeling, and I just stood there staring at her black screen for a long time. I brought her phone back upstairs and showed her. She just looked at me with this empty, tired expression, her eyes red and puffy from crying. I turned her phone over in my hand a few times, looking at the case, at the black screen, feeling the weight of it in my palm. I didn't know what to say to her, so I just put it on her bedside table. Then I pulled out my phone again and looked at my call log. Her name was there, with the timestamp saying she called me at 3:06 a.m. But later when her phone was charged, she showed me her call log. There was nothing there. No record of any call to me or anyone else that night. That morning we both woke up late. I slept on the floor beside her bed because she was too scared to sleep alone. The carpet was rough and smelled like old fabric softener, and every time I moved, the fibers scratched against my skin. But I stayed there anyway, listening to her breathing, making sure she didn't wake up screaming again. The morning light came in through her curtains, bright and harsh, and everything that happened felt like it shouldn't have been real. But when I checked my phone again, the call log was still there. Her missed call from 3:06 a.m. I kept staring at it while brushing my teeth, then while making breakfast, then while sitting on the back porch drinking tea and staring at the yard that was warming up under the sun. I kept thinking about how her phone was off the whole time, how it was downstairs in her purse, and how she woke up with that shadow in her face. All day I thought about it. I thought about how I felt that night walking down the hallway, how the air felt heavy and wrong somehow. I thought about how her screams sounded, sharp and terrified, echoing down the hall. I thought about the way she was shaking, how she told me it was so close she could feel it even though it wasn't touching her. I thought about how I had that call log on my phone, but she didn't. I kept trying to come up with explanations. Maybe she called me earlier and it glitched, showing up at a different time. Maybe someone spoofed her number by accident somehow, though that seemed unlikely. Maybe it was some software issue with the phones. I thought about it so much that it started making me feel sick, like I was stuck going around in circles. That evening we didn't talk about it again. She acted normal, like nothing happened. She sat on the living room floor folding laundry while watching TV. I sat at the dining table reading something on my laptop, but I wasn't actually taking in any words. I kept looking at her, at the way her face looked calm now, her eyes focused on the shirts and towels she was folding. It was hard to connect that image of her to the way she looked that night, crying and shaking and saying there was something centimeters from her face. At night, when I went to bed, I left my door slightly open. I lay in bed staring at the dark ceiling, feeling the stillness of the house pressing down on me. Every tiny creak of the wood or ticking of the clock felt louder than normal. I kept thinking about the call log, about how she didn't have it, about how her phone was off. I thought about who or what actually made that call to me at 3 in the morning. Or why? Or how? After a while, I turned over and closed my eyes, pulling the blanket tighter around my shoulders. I felt exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come for a long time. I kept listening for any sounds from her room down the hall, kept listening for another scream. But that night, and the nights after that, were silent. To this day, I still check that call log sometimes. I don't know why I kept it there all this time, maybe just as proof to myself that it happened. She doesn't like talking about it anymore. I don't blame her. There's no explanation that makes sense, not really. In the end, nothing else ever happened after that night. But sometimes, when I think back to it, I feel that same coldness wash over me. That feeling of wrongness in the dark hallway. That tightening in my chest. That feeling that something was there that night, something we couldn't see or understand. And I think about how sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters or shadows. Sometimes it's the things that happen that we can't ever explain, no matter how much we try. And I don't think I ever will explain that night. I've stopped trying. I didn't really like being alone in that house, but at the same time I did. It was a weird feeling. The house sat way farther back in the lot than any of the other houses on our street. If you stood at the sidewalk, you'd see our neighbors' front porches up close, with little gardens or hedges. But to see our porch, you'd have to look down the long strip of cracked concrete sidewalk that ran all the way to the edge of our living room windows. It was strange because it made you feel so exposed walking up to it, like walking down an empty stage in front of an audience. Our house felt like it was hiding, like it was pulled away from the road to be alone. I always felt it was a lonely house, even when everyone was home. That week my family was gone visiting my aunt in another state. I had work, so I stayed behind. I was happy at first because I thought I'd be brave enough to handle it. I thought I'd order pizza every night, watch movies late with the sound up, shower with the bathroom door open, stuff like that. But by the second day, the emptiness started to feel too big. It wasn't just quiet. It felt empty in a way that made my chest feel hollow, like there was a space in my lungs that wouldn't fill up. On Thursday night, I got off work late. It was July, but the air was cool by then, that thin coolness that comes after the heat breaks in the middle of the night. I remember I could hear bugs chirping when I got out of my car and walked up the driveway. I didn't turn on the porch light. I don't know why, probably because it felt useless. There were no neighbors who could see if anything happened to me. The big trees in our front yard blocked the view from the street anyway. I unlocked the door and went straight into the kitchen. I was tired, and the silence was too loud. I didn't want to think about it, so I grabbed a beer from the fridge, then another, and another after that. I sat on the living room couch drinking and scrolling my phone. The couch was positioned under the big front windows. The windows were tall, almost floor to ceiling, and they didn't open. They were just huge glass panes looking out at the dark yard. During the day they were nice because sunlight would flood the room, but at night it felt like sitting in front of a blank black screen. You couldn't see out, but if anyone was out there they could see everything inside. By the time it was 9, I was already pretty smashed. I was still holding my phone, but I wasn't reading anything. My eyes kept closing. I was thinking I should get up and go to my bedroom. The hallway light was on, but the end of the hall looked dark. I kept thinking of how dark my room would be when I opened the door. I didn't want to walk back there alone. It felt stupid, but I just let myself slide down on the couch until I was lying on my back, staring at the blank ceiling, feeling heavy and warm. I passed out like that with the TV still playing some reality show on low volume. I woke up suddenly. My eyes opened, and for a second I didn't know where I was. My head was pounding and my mouth felt dry and sour. My skin felt cold. I had goosebumps all over. At first I thought the AC had turned on too high, but the air wasn't moving. It was just cold somehow. My stomach felt tight, like I was bracing for something before I even knew what was happening. I didn't hear anything at first. I lay there blinking up at the ceiling, trying to figure out what time it was. I rolled my head sideways and looked at the cable box under the TV. The green numbers said 3:02 a.m. I remember thinking it looked wrong somehow, like the numbers were too bright for the darkness in the room. Then I heard it, a sharp banging sound. It was loud and sudden, and it came from right above me. My body stiffened so hard I felt pain in my chest. The banging kept coming. 3 hits in a row, hard and flat against the glass above me. I didn't move. I just opened my eyes wider and stared straight up at the bottom edge of the window frame. I couldn't see anything except the dim reflection of the room. I was too scared to move my head to look up properly, but I forced myself to move my eyes up, just a little, and that's when I saw the top half of a person standing right outside the window. I could only see their torso and part of their face because of the angle. They were leaning forward, pounding their fists flat on the glass. Their hands were pale in the reflection of the porch light. I felt my heart beating, so hard I thought it would shake the couch. I couldn't move. I was breathing so shallow it felt like I was suffocating. The pounding kept coming, steady and heavy, like they weren't even getting tired. I lay there thinking of all the ways this could end. I didn't know if I should get up and run to my room and lock the door or stay still. If I moved, would they see me better? Did they already see me? Could they see my eyes open? Then suddenly the banging stopped. I didn't feel relieved. The silence felt worse than the banging. I felt tears pricking my eyes, but I didn't let them fall. My teeth were chattering even though I wasn't cold anymore. It was like my body didn't know how to react. My arms and legs felt like wood. I thought maybe they had gone away, maybe it was over, but I didn't dare move. Then it started again, but this time it was different. I heard banging from the window again, but also from the front door. It was like two people, one on the window and one on the door, taking turns or banging at the same time. The door was only a few feet to my left. I could see it if I turned my head, but I didn't. I just lay there staring up, feeling my chest rise and fall too fast. The bangs were so hard they shook the glass a little. The front door boomed like someone was kicking it. I thought about calling the police, but my phone was on my chest, and I was too scared to even move my fingers. I thought if I moved, they would know I was awake and try to break in. I felt like a small animal playing dead. I kept thinking, why are they doing this? Why aren't they breaking in? Why just bang and bang? It felt like it was never going to stop. They kept going for what felt like forever. Every minute felt like an hour. I kept thinking I would hear glass shatter. I tried to pray, but the words wouldn't come out right in my head. I kept thinking about my mom and dad and how they'd never know what happened to me. After about 40 minutes, the banging stopped. It stopped completely, like they just walked away. I didn't move. I stayed there for another hour, just breathing and staring at the dark ceiling, listening so hard that my ears were ringing with the silence. My whole body hurt from the tension. I think it was around 4:30 when the birds started to chirp. The sky turned that dim blue color before sunrise. I still didn't move. I waited until the sun was fully up and the living room was bright with morning light. Only then did I sit up. My head spun. I sat there looking at the windows. The glass was covered in smudges, like sweaty handprints streaked across the surface. I stood up on shaky legs and walked to the front door. There were dirty marks where fists had pounded over and over. I walked out onto the porch. The yard looked calm and normal, the grass wet with dew, the trees moving a little in the morning breeze. But it felt wrong. It felt like the house was trying to pretend nothing happened, like it was hiding it from the daylight. I went back inside and locked the door again, then locked every window and checked every room and closet in the house. My chest was still tight. My knees kept giving out a little when I walked. Around noon, I finally called a friend to come stay over, but he said no. He joked about not wanting to get murdered with me, but it didn't feel like a joke. I didn't blame him. I wouldn't have come either. That week I didn't sleep in the living room again. I didn't sleep well at all. I kept thinking about who it was. Was it just some kids messing around, or was it something worse? Was it someone who had watched me for days, waiting for me to be alone? What if they came back and I didn't wake up in time to hear them? What if they were just trying to see how scared they could make me before they did something worse? My family came back, and I didn't tell them about it. I couldn't. I didn't want them to feel what I felt that night. But every time I sat in that living room after, I could see the reflection of those hands on the glass. I kept thinking about how they stood there, staring in, knowing I was alone. The banging sound still rings in my head sometimes when I try to fall asleep. The echo of it in the quiet room, the heavy thud against the window, like someone knocking just to say, I see you, and you can't do anything about it. That was the most scared I've ever been. And I think it will always be the moment that comes back to me when I hear knocks in the night or loud sounds outside my window. Because it wasn't a ghost or a dream or anything supernatural. It was just real people in the dark doing something that people shouldn't do. And that is what makes it the scariest thing I've ever experienced. I woke up around 5 a.m. before the sun came up. My eyes felt heavy and my body was tired, but I forced myself out of bed because I had planned this for days. I wanted to hike up the old fire road that cuts through the forest near my town. People rarely go there now because it's rough and rocky and the forest has grown over parts of it. But that was the exact reason I wanted to go. I wanted peace, quiet, no people, and to feel like I was away from everything. I packed my small backpack with a bottle of water, a protein bar, my phone, and a knife I always carry when hiking alone. I put on my old hiking boots, tied them tight, and grabbed my cap from the hook near the door. The air outside felt cold and clean. I could hear birds waking up, making small sounds here and there. My breath made little clouds in front of me. I walked down the street until the houses ended, and then stepped onto the gravel path leading to the forest. The sky started to lighten up slowly as I reached the entrance. There was a faded wooden sign that said Forest Fire Road Access, with an old date from decades ago. I stepped over some small broken branches and started my way up the path. The rocks crunched under my boots. The air smelled like wet dirt and pine. I felt calm, focused on the ground ahead, careful not to slip on the loose gravel as the slope became steeper. As I climbed higher, the trees thickened around me. Their trunks were dark and tall, blocking the early morning light. The path was narrow in places, bushes scratching against my legs and arms. I didn't mind. It felt good to be away from my small room, from people, from noise. I just wanted to keep walking until I reached the top where there was an old cement platform where firefighters used to stand to watch for smoke long ago. About an hour into the hike, I stopped to drink some water. My throat felt dry from breathing hard in the cold air. I took off my backpack and sat on a flat rock. The forest was quiet around me except for distant crows calling to each other. I leaned back, stretched my legs, and closed my eyes for a moment, enjoying the feeling of cold rock under me. When I opened them, the sun had come up more, but the forest was still shadowy. I put my bottle away and stood up to continue. The path started to level out as it curved around the side of the mountain. Trees thinned for a moment, and I could see down into the valley. Thin fog still sat low over the houses. From up there they looked like tiny toy buildings. I walked on, feeling my muscles burn from the climb but liking the feeling. I kept my eyes down, watching for snakes or loose rocks. Then I reached the part where the path became rough. A landslide years ago had pushed rocks and dirt over it, and only a narrow way through was left. I stepped carefully over the rocks, testing each one before putting my weight on it. My boots slipped once, but I caught myself with my hand on a sharp stone. It cut my palm a little, but it wasn't bad. I wiped the blood on my pants and kept going. After crossing the slide area, the forest became thick again. I could hear rustling sounds now and then, probably squirrels or birds. I kept walking, not really thinking about anything except where to place my feet. Then I noticed something strange. The rustling sounds weren't stopping. It was like they were following me. I slowed down and stopped. The rustling stopped too. I turned around but saw nothing. Just trees, bushes, shadows. I took a deep breath and told myself it was probably an animal moving around the same way I was. I started walking again, faster this time, feeling my heart beat harder in my chest. The rustling started again, matching my steps. I stopped quickly. Silence. I felt my skin prickle. I looked around slowly. The trees looked so still. No wind moved their branches. I listened hard, trying to hear breathing or anything. Nothing. I started walking again, but this time I tried to walk silently, stepping only on flat rocks and patches of dirt without leaves. The rustling didn't come back. After a few minutes, I felt calmer again. I kept walking until I reached the cement platform. It was cracked and weeds grew from the edges, but it still stood strong. I stepped onto it and dropped my backpack. The view was wide. The sun had risen enough to light up the valley, and I could see far into the horizon. I took deep breaths, feeling the cold morning wind on my face. I pulled out my protein bar and ate it slowly, chewing while I looked around at the forest. I felt peaceful again. I finished my bar, drank some water, and wiped crumbs from my hands. I stayed there for about 30 minutes, just standing and breathing, feeling my chest rise and fall slowly. Then I decided it was time to head back before the sun rose higher and the air became hot. I put on my backpack and stepped off the platform onto the path again. My boots crunched on small stones. I started down, careful with my steps. As I got closer to the landslide area again, I felt uneasy. The memory of the rustling sounds came back, and I felt my shoulders tense. I told myself to ignore it and focus on getting down safely. I stepped onto the loose rocks, shifting my weight carefully. The slope was steep there, and I leaned back a little to keep balance. Suddenly, a sharp smell hit my nose. It smelled like rust and sweat mixed together. My stomach twisted. I looked around but saw nothing. I kept going down, faster now, wanting to get past the landslide. As I stepped off the last rock back onto dirt, I felt relief. But then I heard it again, rustling. This time it was louder and faster. I froze. The sound was coming from uphill, from the path behind me. I turned my head slowly, my breath caught in my throat. For a few seconds, I saw nothing. Then I saw it. A man was standing there, half hidden behind a tree, looking straight at me. He was wearing dark clothes and a black cap. His face was rough, his beard untrimmed, and his eyes locked onto mine. His chest rose and fell fast like he had been running. His hands were empty, but his posture made every hair on my body stand up. He didn't move, he just stared at me without blinking. My mouth felt dry and my legs felt weak, but I forced myself to turn around and start walking down the path again. I didn't run because the slope was steep and rocky. If I fell, I wouldn't get up fast enough. I just walked as fast as I could, keeping my ears open. I could hear him following me. His steps were heavier and careless. Rocks clattered under his boots. I reached the flatter part of the path, and that's when I started to run. My backpack bounced on my back. Branches hit my arms and face, but I didn't care. I just kept running. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they would give out, but I didn't stop. I ran until I reached a curve in the path. I stopped there, hiding behind a thick tree, trying to catch my breath as quietly as possible. My heart was beating so loud I thought he could hear it. I peeked around the trunk and saw him jogging down the path, looking left and right. He passed right by me. I could smell him again. Sweat, dirt, something rotten. When he was far enough, I stepped out and went off the path into the trees. I moved quickly but quietly, weaving between bushes, stepping over fallen branches. I didn't know exactly where I was going, but I knew the general direction back to the main gravel road. I walked fast, my whole body shaking. I kept looking back, but saw nothing. My ears rang with my own breathing. Finally, I saw a thin strip of light through the trees ahead. It was the gravel road. I stumbled out of the forest onto it, my boots kicking up little clouds of dust. I looked left and right, but the road was empty. I turned toward town and started jogging down it. I didn't stop until I reached the houses. My legs felt like jelly. My throat burned from breathing so hard. When I reached my street, I slowed down and walked to my house. My hands were shaking as I unlocked the door. I stepped inside, locked it behind me, and stood there, listening to the silence. My shirt was stuck to my back with sweat. My mouth tasted like metal from panic. I walked to the sink and poured myself a glass of water. My hands were so unsteady, I spilled some on the counter. I drank the water in big gulps. Then I sat down on the kitchen floor, my back against the cabinet, and closed my eyes. I could still see his face, his dark eyes staring at me with no emotion. I stayed there for a long time, feeling the cold tiles under me, trying to calm my breathing. That day I realized how close danger can be even when you think you're alone in nature. I never went back to that fire road again. Now when I hike, I always go where there are people around. I still think about his face sometimes, about how he looked at me without blinking, like he already decided what he was going to do. I think about how lucky I was that he didn't see me behind that tree. Even today, when I close my eyes, I see the forest path in my mind, the shadows, the rocks, the rough smell of pine and dirt, and I remember how quiet it felt until it didn't feel safe anymore. I woke up before dawn, like I usually did when I couldn't sleep. My body felt stiff and heavy, and I lay there listening to the silence. It was cold in my room, the window left open from the night before, letting in that sharp, early morning air. My blanket was pulled up to my chin, and I could see my breath faintly in the dim light coming through the blinds. My phone screen glowed on the table beside me, showing it was just after 4 a.m. I didn't really want to get up, but I also didn't want to keep lying there staring at nothing. So I forced myself to sit up and swung my legs out of bed. The wooden floor was cold under my feet. My knees cracked as I stood. I walked across the small room to grab my jacket hanging on the chair. I put it on and pulled the hood up over my head, stuffing my hands into the pockets. I went into the kitchen, flicking the light on. The fluorescent tube hummed as it flickered before coming to life. The counters were clean. I had done the dishes the night before. The silence in the apartment felt heavy and pressed against my eardrums. I opened the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water, and stood there drinking half of it in one go, staring at the magnet holding a pizza flyer against the fridge door. I felt restless. I knew I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep. It was still completely dark outside, but I decided I'd go for a walk. Maybe walk all the way to the small park near the river before the sun came up. I liked the cold air in the mornings. It woke me up better than coffee ever did. I grabbed my keys, phone, and wallet, then stepped out into the hallway, locking my door behind me. The apartment building was silent, all the other units dark. I walked down the stairs, listening to the echo of my own footsteps against the concrete walls. The exit door squeaked as I pushed it open and stepped outside. The streetlights made small circles of yellow light on the empty road. I stuffed my hands deeper into my pockets and started walking, my breath fogging in front of me with each exhale. The neighborhood was quiet, just the hum of distant traffic somewhere far off. I walked past shuttered stores and parked cars covered in dew. My feet felt cold even through my shoes. I could hear a dog barking faintly somewhere, maybe a few streets over. A few pieces of litter blew along the curb in the breeze. After about 15 minutes, I reached the edge of the small wooded area that ran along the river. There was a narrow dirt path cutting through it, lined with thin trees and bushes. I walked in, hearing twigs snap under my feet. The darkness felt thicker here. There were no streetlights this far in. I kept walking, using the faint glow from my phone screen to watch where I stepped. The bushes were full of shadows, and every so often I'd hear the rustle of a small animal moving away through the leaves. Probably rats or stray cats hunting before dawn. As I got deeper into the trees, the path turned muddy. I could smell the damp earth, that strong smell of rotting leaves and wet soil. My shoes sank slightly into the mud with each step. I felt a little uneasy, but I kept going. I knew this path well. It curved down toward the river, then climbed back up toward a small field before meeting the road again. I walked for another 10 minutes before stopping to catch my breath. I turned my phone flashlight off and stood there listening. I could hear the river down below, the soft rush of water over rocks. I could hear the wind moving through the treetops. I couldn't see the sky through the branches, but I knew it was still dark. I could see the faint glow of the city lights beyond the trees. I decided to keep going. As I walked, I kept glancing behind me. There was no reason to. I was alone, but something about the silence made my skin crawl. I walked faster, trying to ignore the feeling that something was off. The path started to slope down toward the riverbank. The mud got thicker here, and I had to step carefully to avoid slipping. I held onto a tree trunk to keep my balance, feeling the rough bark under my fingers. I had slipped off, and the cold air bit into my ears and neck. I kept walking until I reached the flat ground near the river. The air smelled strongly of water and silt. I could hear the river rushing, louder now that I was right next to it. I stood there, breathing heavily from the fast walk. I wiped my nose on my sleeve and looked around. There was an old bench set back from the river's edge, half hidden under a tree. I walked over to it and sat down, the wood damp under me. I sat there for a long time, just listening to the river. The sun was starting to lighten the sky now, a dark blue-gray creeping in above the treetops. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and shivered. After a while I stood up and decided to head back. As I turned around to leave, I froze. There were faint footprints in the mud, leading away from the path toward the trees behind the bench. I hadn't noticed them before. They were fresh, pressed deep into the wet mud, going into the dense undergrowth. My chest felt tight. I looked down at my own footprints leading to the bench, then back at the others. They were longer than mine and barefoot. The toes were splayed slightly, like whoever made them had been walking slowly. They disappeared into the bushes. I stood there, listening hard. The only sound was the river and the distant rustle of leaves in the breeze. I felt goosebumps rise along my arms. I told myself it was probably some homeless person camping out in the bushes, or some drunk who wandered down here in the night. I didn't want to see who it was. I just wanted to leave. I started walking quickly back toward the path, trying not to slip in the mud. As I walked, I kept glancing back, feeling like I was being watched. My heart was pounding so hard I felt sick. I walked for what felt like forever until I reached the point where the path started climbing back up toward the road. My legs burned with each step. The sky was getting lighter now, a pale gray blue, and I could see the tops of the trees more clearly. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I just kept walking. I wanted to get out of there as fast as I could. My hands were shaking, and my stomach felt tight and hollow. I was almost at the end of the wooded path when I heard it. A low cough. It came from behind me, back down the trail. It was so faint I almost thought I imagined it. I stopped walking and strained to listen. The woods were quiet again. I couldn't hear anything except the blood rushing in my ears. I started walking again, faster this time. My shoes scraped against the gravel as I reached the edge of the trees. I could see the road now, empty and silent in the early morning light. I stepped out of the trees onto the grass by the roadside. I stood there, breathing hard, staring back into the woods. The trees looked calm and still. I felt exposed standing there by myself, the road empty in both directions. I looked around quickly before starting to walk home, keeping my eyes on the pavement in front of me. My shoulders hunched up to my ears. I walked faster and faster, my shoes slapping the sidewalk, until I reached my street. When I got back to my apartment building, I stopped and looked back down the road. Everything was quiet. Nothing moved. I went inside, climbed the stairs, unlocked my door, and shut it behind me, locking it twice. I stood there for a long time, leaning against the door, trying to slow my breathing. My whole body was shaking, and my knees felt weak. I walked to the kitchen, filled a glass with water, and drank it slowly. My hands left wet fingerprints on the glass. I didn't go back to bed. I just sat at the table, staring at the wall, listening to the hum of the refrigerator. I kept thinking about those footprints, the way the toes splayed out, the cough I heard behind me. I wondered who was down there in the woods before dawn, walking barefoot through the mud, hiding behind the trees. I wondered if they saw me sitting there on that bench, if they were watching me the whole time. I thought about how silent it was, how easy it would have been for someone to just step out from behind the bushes. The sun rose slowly, filling the kitchen with gray light. I kept sitting there, listening to the cars starting up outside as people got ready for work. The world felt normal again, but I didn't. I felt like something had shifted, something small but permanent. I knew I would never go back to that path alone again. I knew I would always wonder who was in those woods with me that morning, standing there barefoot in the mud, watching me while I sat in the dark thinking I was alone. I woke up before the sun that morning. My phone showed 4:48 a.m. My room felt damp and chilly, even though it was the middle of summer. I lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the fan. For some reason, I felt nervous, like my chest was tight and I couldn't take a full breath. I didn't know why. Nothing special was happening that day. I had no work, no school, nothing planned. Just a regular Saturday. I got up anyway because I knew I wouldn't fall back asleep. I put on my old sweats and a plain t-shirt and walked into the kitchen. My apartment was small, just a one-bedroom, and the kitchen was basically part of the living room. I flicked on the light and squinted at the sudden brightness. I filled my kettle and set it on the stove to boil water for coffee. The ticking of the stove knob echoed in the still apartment. I waited, feeling my heart beating a little too fast for how early it was. After my coffee was ready, I sat down at the tiny table beside the window and scrolled through my phone. News, memes, useless videos. Nothing took my mind off the weird feeling in my chest. The sun was starting to rise, a pale pink light coming through the thin curtains. I stared out at the parking lot below my window, empty except for one old van with a broken back window taped up with plastic. I watched a crow land on its roof and pick at something stuck near the wipers. Around 6, I decided to go for a walk. Maybe some air would help. I grabbed my keys and left the apartment, locking the door behind me. The hallway was empty and smelled like wet carpet and bleach. When I stepped outside, the air was cool and damp. I could smell the leftover rain from the night before. The street was quiet. A single car drove past, its tires hissing on the wet pavement. I walked with no real direction, just letting my feet carry me down streets I didn't usually go down. The houses here were old, small, and close together. Their paint was chipped and faded. Some had broken fences leaning sideways. I liked looking at them. They felt real, like people actually lived in them instead of pretending everything was perfect. After about 30 minutes, I realized I had walked further than I meant to. I was in an area I didn't recognize. The houses here were more spread out, with bigger yards full of weeds and rusted cars on blocks. A big empty lot caught my eye. It was overgrown with tall grass and bushes, with an old dirt road cutting through the middle of it and disappearing into the trees at the back. A faded metal sign stood by the road. I walked closer and read it. It just said "No trespassing" in peeling black letters. Something about the road pulled at me. I knew I shouldn't go down it. I knew it was private property, and I could get in trouble if anyone saw me, but it felt like my chest was tight again, like something was pushing me forward. I stepped over the broken chain that hung across the entrance and started down the dirt road. The trees closed in around me quickly. They were tall pines mixed with scraggly oak and cottonwood trees. The ground was wet with old fallen needles and leaves. It smelled earthy and clean. I kept walking, feeling my shoes sink slightly into the damp dirt. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. No cars, no city noise, just the rustle of leaves and the occasional creak of tree trunks shifting. I don't know how far I walked. Maybe 20 minutes, maybe 40. Time felt strange there. The road curved and dipped, and the trees got denser. Eventually, I came to a small clearing with an old cabin in the middle. It looked abandoned. Its roof was caved in at the back, and the porch sagged to one side. The front door hung open slightly. Part of me wanted to turn around. Another part wanted to see inside. I stepped onto the porch carefully. It groaned under my weight, but held. I pushed the door open. The smell hit me immediately, rot old wood mold. I breathed through my mouth and stepped inside. The floor was covered in leaves and dirt blown in through broken windows. An old table sat against the far wall. One leg snapped off, so it leaned sideways. There were empty beer cans on the floor, and what looked like an old sleeping bag crumpled in the corner. Someone had been there before, probably a long time ago. I walked through the small room, feeling the floor dip under each step. There was a small doorway at the back, leading to what I guessed was a bedroom. I ducked through it. The room was dark, the window boarded up with thin, rotting planks. The only thing in there was a broken dresser, missing all its drawers. Spider webs stretched from its frame to the corners of the room. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. My chest was tight again, worse than before. I turned around to leave. As I stepped back into the main room, I heard something outside. Leaves crunching. My stomach flipped. I froze, listening hard. For a second, everything was silent again. Then I heard it, slow, heavy footsteps moving through the leaves just beyond the porch. I couldn't see out the windows from where I was standing. I didn't want to move, didn't want the floorboards to creak and give me away. My heart was pounding so hard I thought whoever was out there would hear it. The footsteps stopped. I waited, holding my breath. Then they started again, circling the cabin slowly. I imagined someone huge out there, tall and broad, with heavy boots sinking into the wet ground. I felt sweat rolling down my back, even though the room was cold. The steps circled all the way around and stopped again by the porch. I didn't know what to do. If I stayed inside, they might come in. If I ran out, they'd see me immediately. My mind raced. The footsteps moved onto the porch. The boards creaked under their weight. I heard them come right up to the door, stopping just out of sight. I felt like I was going to throw up. My hands were shaking so hard I pressed them against my legs to keep them still. Then whoever it was stepped into the doorway. My eyes adjusted to the dim light. He was tall, wearing a dark green coat with the hood up. I couldn't see his face, just the bottom half covered in stubble. His jeans were muddy and wet up to the knees. He stood there staring into the room. I pressed myself back against the wall, hoping the shadows would hide me. He didn't move for what felt like minutes. Just stood there, breathing heavy, his chest rising and falling. Finally, he stepped further inside. His boots crunched on the leaves and dirt. He looked around slowly, scanning the room. I realized if he turned his head just a little more, he would see me standing there. I felt tears welling in my eyes. My body felt frozen, like I was outside myself watching. He took another step forward. I could hear him breathing louder now, almost like he was growling under his breath. He walked past me into the back bedroom. As soon as he was through the doorway, I bolted. I ran out the front door so fast I almost tripped over the broken porch step. I ran down the dirt road, branches whipping my face and arms, my shoes sliding in the wet dirt. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if he was chasing me. I just kept running, lungs burning, heart pounding so hard it felt like it was trying to burst out of my chest. I don't know how long I ran. My legs were shaking so badly I stumbled and fell twice, scraping my hands and knees. I got back up each time and kept going. Finally, I saw the broken chain hanging across the entrance. I ran past it, out of the trees and back onto the quiet street. I kept running until I saw houses I recognized. I didn't stop until I reached my apartment building. I let myself in and locked the door behind me, leaning against it, gasping for air. My whole body was shaking. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a glass of water, spilling half of it on the counter because my hands wouldn't stay still. I drank it down in one gulp. My throat felt raw from breathing so hard. I went to the bathroom and washed my face, staring at myself in the mirror. My eyes were wide and bloodshot. My hair was sticking up in every direction, my cheeks streaked with dirt and tears. For hours, I sat on my couch, staring at the floor. Every little sound made me jump. A car door slamming outside, the pipes ticking in the walls, the fridge kicking on. I kept thinking about that man, his heavy breathing, the way he moved so slowly, like he had all the time in the world. I wondered if he had followed me. I checked the windows over and over again, pulling the curtains back just enough to peek outside. No one was there, but it didn't calm me down. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in bed with my phone clutched in my hand, ready to call for help if I heard anything. I kept imagining him standing at my window, watching me sleep. When the sun finally came up, my body felt heavy and weak, like I had been carrying weights all night. For days after that, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I didn't go for walks anymore. I didn't leave my apartment unless I had to for work. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that cabin, smelled that rotting wood, heard his breathing. I wondered what he was doing there. If he lived there, or if he had followed me in from the road. I wondered what would have happened if I hadn't hidden fast enough, if I hadn't run when I did. Weeks passed. Slowly, the tight feeling in my chest eased. I started leaving my apartment again. I stuck to busy streets, surrounded by people and cars and noise. I never went near that area again. But some mornings, when I wake up before dawn and everything is quiet, I feel that tightness in my chest again. I sit there staring at the ceiling, listening for footsteps outside my window, wondering if one day I'll hear them coming up the stairs, pausing outside my door, waiting for me to make a sound. And every time I think about it, I feel that same fear rising up from my stomach, choking me, reminding me that some people out there don't need ghosts or monsters to be terrifying. They're just people, and they're real, and they're so much worse than anything I could ever imagine in the dark. I woke up early that morning, around 5, even though it was my day off. I could hear the rain hitting the window softly, and I stayed in bed for a while just listening to it. My room felt cold, and when I finally got up, the floor was freezing under my feet. I walked to the kitchen, made some coffee, and stood by the small window, watching the empty street outside my apartment. It was always quiet at this hour, but the rain made it feel even more empty. I didn't have any plans for the day. I had been working nonstop the past 2 weeks, and I thought I'd just stay inside, maybe clean up my place, maybe order food later. I sat down on the couch with my coffee and turned the TV on, but nothing really held my attention. I was feeling restless for no reason. Around 8, I stood up and walked to my small balcony. The rain had slowed down to a drizzle. The air felt clean and cold. I stood there for a few minutes, just breathing in the damp air, then went back inside. Around 9, I decided to go for a walk. I thought maybe I could walk to the edge of town where the old factories were. I hadn't been there in years. Back when I was in high school, me and a friend used to explore them on weekends. The factories had been abandoned for a long time. Some were fenced off, but parts of them were still open. People said homeless men sometimes stayed there, but it was mostly empty. I put on some old jeans, my boots, and a heavy hoodie because the rain was still falling lightly. I didn't really think about safety. I just wanted to walk somewhere quiet. I left my apartment around 9:30 and started walking down the wet street. The smell of rain and mud was strong. I walked past the bakery and could smell the bread and sweet rolls. For a second, I thought about buying something, but I didn't feel hungry. I kept walking, crossing the empty main road and heading down a narrow street lined with small mechanic shops and empty lots. I could see puddles on the broken concrete. My boots splashed through them as I walked. By the time I reached the edge of town, the rain had stopped. The sky was still gray and heavy, but it felt peaceful. I walked under the overpass, listening to the cars rumble above me, and then I was at the factories. The first one I passed was still fenced off, but someone had cut a hole in the chain link, big enough to crawl through. I didn't go in. I kept walking down the narrow road, looking at the rusted metal walls and broken windows. I reached the biggest factory after another 15 minutes of walking. Its tall smokestack was covered in black stains. The yard in front of it was cracked and filled with weeds. I walked through the open gate and stepped carefully over fallen metal sheets and broken glass. It was silent except for the crows on the smokestack. I could hear their wings when they flew off. I walked around the side of the building and found the door half open. Inside, it was dark. The smell of rust, old oil, and damp concrete filled my nose. I pulled my phone out and turned on the flashlight. The narrow beam cut through the dark, showing broken machines, old barrels, metal scraps, and water dripping from the ceiling in some places. I stepped inside and felt my heart beating faster. I wasn't scared exactly, but the air felt heavy and strange. I walked slowly, shining my light at the ground to avoid stepping on nails or glass. My boots made hollow sounds on the concrete floor. In some places, moss had started growing where water leaked in. I saw some graffiti on the walls, faded and old. Some names, some random words, some childish drawings. I walked past rusted conveyor belts and work tables covered in dust. There were empty cans and a torn sleeping bag in one corner. Someone must have slept there, but it looked like it hadn't been used in weeks. I kept walking until I reached the stairs that went up to the offices. The metal railing was cold under my hand as I climbed. The stairs groaned under my weight. At the top, the offices had large windows facing the yard. Some were broken, letting in the gray light. Papers were scattered everywhere, old work orders, invoices, yellowed and curling at the edges. There was a hole in the ceiling where water dripped onto the soggy carpet. I stepped around it carefully and walked into what looked like the manager's office. The big desk was still there, covered in dust, with a broken chair lying on its side behind it. I walked to the window and looked down at the yard. The rain had started falling again, light and cold. I stood there for a while, listening to it tapping the broken glass. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was just a spam message. I turned it off and put it back in my pocket. I looked around the office again, then walked back out. As I stepped into the hall, I heard something behind me. A sound like metal scraping against concrete. My chest tightened, and I turned my light towards the sound. There was nothing there. Just the empty office. I stood there for a few seconds, listening hard. The rain on the windows was the only thing I could hear. I told myself it was probably water dripping on metal somewhere. I walked back down the stairs. As I reached the bottom, I felt like I was being watched. I turned my light slowly around the open space. The shadows moved with the light, stretching and shrinking against the walls. I took a deep breath and kept walking. My boots crunched on small bits of glass. I walked towards the back of the factory where there was another door that opened onto an alley behind the building. When I reached the door, I noticed it was blocked by something on the outside. I could see a faint bit of light coming through the cracks, but the door wouldn't move. I pushed hard, but it felt like metal or wood was piled against it. I sighed and turned back to walk out the way I came. As I was walking back through the factory floor, I heard the sound again. This time it was louder, like metal being dragged. I froze. My light was shaking slightly in my hand. I turned slowly towards the sound. In the far corner, near the old barrels, I saw something move. It was dark and hard to see, but it looked like someone crouching behind a barrel. I felt my heart slam against my ribs. I stood there, frozen, staring at the spot. The figure didn't move again. I couldn't see a face or clothes. Just a shape, dark against the darker shadows. I started backing away, keeping my light on that corner. My boots scraped on the concrete. I was trying not to breathe too loudly. I kept moving backwards until I reached the side door I had come in from. I didn't look away from the corner until I reached the door. My hand fumbled with the metal handle. When it opened, the door let out a long, rusty screech that felt too loud. I stepped outside into the cold rain, my heart beating so hard it hurt. I started walking quickly away from the factory, down the cracked driveway back towards the narrow road. The rain was falling harder now, and I could feel it soaking through my hoodie. I didn't care. I just wanted to get away from that place. My boots slipped on the wet concrete, but I kept going, almost jogging. I didn't look back. When I reached the road, I stopped for a second to catch my breath. My hands were shaking. I wiped my face with my sleeve and started walking back towards town. The streets were still empty. I could hear my footsteps echoing off the walls of the mechanic shops as I walked past. The rain poured off the roofs in streams. I walked back under the overpass. The cars above me rumbled by, making the concrete shake a little. I kept walking, faster now. I felt exposed out there in the open. I walked past the bakery again, the warm smell mixing with the cold rain smell. I didn't stop. I kept walking until I reached my apartment building. I went up the stairs quickly and unlocked my door with shaking fingers. Inside, everything felt silent and safe. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, breathing hard. My clothes were soaked through. I pulled my boots off and left them by the door. My socks were wet and cold. I peeled them off and left them on the tile. I walked to the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. My face was pale and my eyes looked too wide. I turned the shower on as hot as it would go and stepped under it, letting the heat wash away the cold. I stood there for a long time, not thinking about anything, just feeling the hot water hit my skin. When I got out, I wrapped myself in a towel and walked to the kitchen. I made another cup of coffee with shaking hands. I sat down on the couch, wrapped in the towel, holding the coffee cup tightly between my palms. I kept thinking about the shape I saw in the factory. The way it didn't move, the way it just crouched there in the shadows. I didn't know who it was or what they were doing there. I didn't want to know. The factory was abandoned for years. Maybe it was just some homeless man trying to keep dry. Or maybe it was someone who didn't want to be found. I tried not to think about it. I spent the rest of the day on the couch, watching the rain fall outside my window. I kept the curtains closed after the sun went down. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound from the street below made my heart jump. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind blow against the windows. At some point, I fell asleep out of exhaustion. When I woke up the next morning, the rain had stopped, and the sun was shining weakly through the curtains. I sat up and looked around my quiet apartment. Everything looked normal, but I knew I wasn't going back to that factory again. I didn't want to know who was in there. I didn't want to find out why they were crouched behind those barrels, hidden in the dark, waiting silent. I decided I'd stick to walking in the park from now on, where there were people, light, and open spaces. That morning, I made breakfast and ate it slowly, looking out the window at the wet street below. The world felt the same as before, but I felt different inside. I felt smaller somehow, reminded that there are places people shouldn't go alone, not because of ghosts or spirits or stories we tell ourselves, but because of other people, hidden in the dark, who are far more real and far more dangerous. I never thought something like this would happen to me, but that's how life works. It was last autumn when everything felt slow and empty. I had taken some time off work because things were getting too heavy in my head. My boss didn't understand, but I didn't care. I just packed my small black backpack, grabbed a few packs of instant noodles, my gray sleeping bag, a plastic bag of clothes, my phone, my old cracked power bank, and left my apartment. I didn't tell anyone. I wanted silence and to be alone with the trees. I took the early bus out of the city before sunrise. The streets were empty and yellow streetlights glowed on wet roads from last night's rain. The bus smelled like cheap cleaning spray and old cloth seats. I sat by the window and watched the city fade away. Rows of apartments, little mechanic shops, grocery stores with metal shutters still down, broken sidewalks, stray dogs, all passing by slowly as the sky turned from dark blue to a foggy gray. The bus dropped me off in a small village near the edge of a national park. I didn't know anyone there. The bus driver looked at me for a moment before driving off, probably wondering why I was getting off with just a backpack in the middle of nowhere. I stood there for a bit, looking around. It was cold. My breath came out in small white clouds. There were houses scattered on both sides of the empty road, a few chickens pecking near someone's fence, a rusty bike leaning against a tree. No sound except for a distant barking dog and the crows calling from above. I walked down a narrow dirt road leading into the woods. I had checked the map before leaving and saw there was a small camping area near a river about 5 miles in. I planned to go there, set up my sleeping bag, maybe make a small fire if I found dry wood, and just rest my head. My boots felt tight, but comfortable on the rocky path. The backpack straps cut into my shoulders, but I ignored it. I walked for hours. The sun rose fully, pale yellow behind layers of drifting clouds. The woods were silent except for rustling leaves falling. Some trees had turned red and orange, some were still green, and a few were already bare. The ground was covered with soft brown leaves and damp black soil. The smell of earth and fallen leaves mixed in the cold air. I liked that smell. It made me feel quiet inside. When I reached the camping area, there was no one there. Just an old fire pit with ash and half-burnt logs, a few rocks arranged in a rough circle for sitting, and an old wooden sign with peeling paint showing rules and emergency contact numbers. The river was a little further down the slope, flowing calmly. Its surface looked like cold steel under the gray sky. I dropped my backpack on the ground and stretched my back. My shoulders ached. I drank some water, ate a protein bar, and walked down to the river to wash my face. The water was so cold it made my skin sting. I sat there for a while, listening to the flow of water and the wind moving the branches above me. I felt peaceful but also small, like the woods could swallow me any moment if they wanted to. After setting my sleeping bag near the fire pit, I collected some branches and dry twigs lying around. There wasn't much dry wood, but I gathered enough to start a small fire to warm my hands. I spent some time arranging the branches, striking matches, blowing gently until it caught. Small flames danced, and the smell of burning wood rose into the air. I sat there with my knees up, arms wrapped around them, staring at the fire. My mind felt empty, and I liked it that way. Hours passed. The fire died down into glowing red pieces. I felt tired, so I lay down in my sleeping bag and closed my eyes. The ground was uneven and cold, but I managed to drift in and out of sleep. When I woke up, the sun was gone, and the sky was turning dark blue. Cold wind blew across the campsite. I shivered inside my sleeping bag. The fire was almost dead. I didn't feel like getting up to find more wood, so I pulled the sleeping bag tighter around me and tried to sleep again. I don't know what time it was when I woke up again. It was pitch black except for faint starlight between the tree branches. The woods felt silent but heavy, like something was holding its breath. My body was freezing. I sat up, trying to rub warmth into my arms. That's when I heard a sound from the slope near the river. A crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer or something, but the steps sounded too careful, too deliberate. I sat still, listening. The steps moved closer, then stopped. I couldn't see anything in the dark. My heart thumped slowly, but hard in my chest. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, probably just an animal. I lay back down, pulled the sleeping bag over my head, and tried to slow my breathing. My ears rang in the silence. After what felt like an hour, I heard the steps again. This time they were moving away, back down the slope towards the river. I stayed under the sleeping bag, my body stiff. Eventually, I fell into a light sleep out of pure exhaustion. When I woke up, the sky was gray again. Early morning. My body felt sore and frozen. I packed up quickly. I didn't want to stay there another night. I put out the small pieces of burnt wood with some leftover water, hoisted my backpack, and started walking back towards the village. My boots crunched over the fallen leaves. The woods felt normal again, just trees and birds and wind. I kept my eyes on the trail. I felt a strange relief knowing I was heading back towards people, cars, roads, noises, anything other than the silent trees. After walking for a few hours, I started seeing the first small houses of the village. Smoke rose from chimneys. A dog barked somewhere. My legs felt numb from walking, but I kept going until I reached the small bus stop near the main road. There was no one there yet. I sat on the metal bench and took out some water, drinking slowly, watching the empty road stretching ahead. As I sat there, I saw a man walking up the road towards the village. He wore old brown clothes, torn at the sleeves, and carried a small sack over his shoulder. He was thin, with a rough beard and deep lines on his face. His eyes looked tired. He didn't look at me as he walked past. I felt something cold in my chest. I realized then that he might have been in the woods last night. Maybe he was sleeping out there too. Maybe he had been looking for something to eat. Maybe he just needed a place to sleep and thought my campsite was empty. Or maybe he just liked walking through the trees at night. I sat there for a long time thinking about it. About how close someone can be without you knowing. How you can sleep under thin fabric and leaves while someone stands a few feet away, hidden in the dark. I felt a shiver run down my arms despite the morning sun warming the road. The bus came late. I climbed in and sat by the window again. As it drove away from the village, I looked back at the woods getting smaller in the distance. They looked calm and beautiful, golden leaves falling slowly, covering everything in silent color. But under that silence, I knew there were shadows moving, footsteps in the dark, people hiding from each other. The bus drove on. The road curved back towards the city. Houses became more frequent, shops opened their shutters, cars honked at intersections. I leaned my head against the window, feeling the vibration of the bus through my skull. I closed my eyes and felt a deep tiredness settle into my bones. When I reached my apartment, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The stale smell of closed rooms hit me. I dropped my backpack on the floor, took off my boots, and sat on the edge of my bed. My body felt numb. I looked around my small room, the cracked mirror, the gray curtains, the desk with empty bottles of water and old receipts. I realized I was glad to be back. Even if I hated the noise and the people and the routines, at least the walls kept things out. The woods didn't keep anything out. They let everything in, even the things you didn't know were there. That night, I lay in my bed listening to the hum of the city outside my window. Cars driving by, people yelling in the distance, a dog barking somewhere. I felt safer with those sounds. Safer than in the silent woods with footsteps that stopped too close. I closed my eyes and let the noise lull me to sleep, knowing that tomorrow would be the same as today, but at least I would wake up behind a locked door. I didn't go back to the woods after that. I still think about it sometimes, how small I felt under the trees, how heavy the dark felt, how close those steps were. But mostly I think about the man walking past me on the road, the way he didn't look at me, like I was just another tree in his world of quiet shadows. I think that's what scared me the most, knowing that for some people, the darkness is home, and the silent, cold woods are the only place where they feel like themselves. While for me, they were just a place to run away from my own thoughts, not knowing that something else was already running there, hidden just out of sight, watching, listening, moving without a sound. That's the thing about being alone in the woods. You're never really alone. I was on my way back home from work that evening. I had taken a bus from the city to the small town where I live, then walked from the bus stop towards my house. It was summer, but the sky was cloudy that day, making it darker than usual by the time I left the main road. My street is at the edge of town, with fields on one side and a small area of woods on the other. There are street lights on the main road, but they end before my street starts, so the last stretch is always pretty dark at night. I never really minded walking that path. I was used to it. I liked the quiet and the smell of trees and grass after a hot day. But that day felt off even before I noticed anything strange. The air was still and heavy, like it was about to rain. There weren't even crickets making their usual noise in the bushes. Everything felt too silent, like the world was holding its breath. I kept walking down the narrow road, listening to the gravel crunch under my shoes. My backpack was heavy with my lunchbox, water bottle, and some tools I had brought from work. I shifted the straps on my shoulders, annoyed by how they dug into my collarbone. The sweat from the day had dried in patches on my shirt, leaving behind a smell of metal and dust from the warehouse where I worked. I remember thinking about taking a long shower and eating leftovers before falling asleep in front of the fan. That was all I wanted. When I reached the point where the streetlights ended, I pulled out my phone to use its torch. The battery was low, around 8%, but I switched on the flashlight anyway. The bright white beam lit up the road in front of me, showing bits of broken tar, scattered leaves, and dirt. My neighbor's house was about 3 minutes away, and mine was another 5 minutes from there. As I walked, I noticed a car parked halfway on the shoulder, halfway on the dirt. It was an old white Corolla, dusty, with its windows rolled up. I didn't think much of it at first. People often park there when they go walking in the fields or hunting rabbits at dusk. But there was something about that car that made me look back at it after I passed. I turned my head and pointed my phone's torch at it again. The front bumper was dented, the license plate hanging loosely on one screw. All 4 tires were covered in dry mud, as if it had been driven off-road recently. There was nothing else to see, so I kept walking, telling myself to stop being dramatic. I walked past the patch of tall grass that always rustled with insects, but it was silent that day. The only sound was my own footsteps and my breathing. The smell of dry weeds filled my nose, mixed with the faint smell of manure from the farms nearby. I was about to reach the bend in the road that led towards the woods when I heard a sound behind me. It was soft, like the crunch of gravel under a careful step. I stopped walking. My heart started beating harder. I turned around, lifting my phone higher, but the light didn't show anything unusual. The parked car was still there, silent and dark. The road was empty. I told myself it could have been a stray cat or a hedgehog moving around. I kept walking, but this time I paid more attention to the sounds around me. My ears felt sharp, picking up every small rustle of leaves and dry grass brushing against itself in the faint breeze that had started up. My hand was sweating around my phone, making it slippery. I wiped it against my pants as I walked faster, feeling an unease in my chest that I couldn't shake off. When I entered the wooded part of the road, the trees grew closer on both sides, forming a sort of tunnel. The sky was almost fully dark now, with only a bit of gray light left. My torch was the only thing lighting up the path. The woods smelled of dry earth and pine. I could see fallen branches scattered on the ground, and in some spots the weeds had grown so high they reached my knees. I kept my steps quick and quiet. I just wanted to get home. The fear in me wasn't loud yet, but it was there, deep in my gut, growing with every step. About halfway through the woods, I heard that sound again. A soft crunch behind me, like a person walking carefully on gravel. My chest tightened. I turned quickly and pointed my phone's light down the path behind me. The beam moved side to side with my shaking hands. I scanned the trees, the road, the bushes. There was nothing, just shadows and branches. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt dry. I forced myself to turn around and keep walking, this time faster, almost jogging. My backpack bounced with each step, making me feel off balance. I didn't care. I wanted to be home. My house was only a few minutes away now. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe a deer was moving in the trees. Maybe the wind shifted some broken branches. Anything was better than the thought forming in my mind. Someone was following me. That thought grew louder when I heard another sound, closer this time. Not just one step. 2 or 3 quick steps, like someone hurrying to match my pace. I stopped so suddenly my backpack swung forward. I spun around and pointed my light into the trees. My breathing was heavy and loud in my ears. My heart thumped so hard I felt it in my neck. The light landed on trunks, leaves, undergrowth. Then I saw it. A person was standing a few meters away from me, half hidden behind a tree. I couldn't see his face clearly because the shadows fell across it, but I saw his outline. He was wearing dark clothes and a cap pulled low over his head. My breath caught in my throat. He didn't move. He just stood there, his body turned slightly towards me. I felt a sudden wave of cold pass through my chest. My legs felt weak, and I thought I might collapse right there. I took a step back. My foot slipped on some loose dirt, and I almost fell, catching myself at the last second. The man still didn't move. I couldn't think clearly. All I could think was to get away. I turned around and started running. My backpack bounced painfully. My phone shook in my hand, making the light flicker across the road. My shoes slipped on the dirt and gravel, but I didn't care. I ran with everything I had. The road felt endless. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and loud. I didn't dare look back. I felt like if I turned, he'd be right behind me. My chest burned. My shoulders ached. My legs felt like they were filled with sand, but I kept running. I saw the end of the woods ahead, where the trees opened up to the small clearing before my street. I forced myself to go faster. When I burst out of the trees, I didn't stop running. I kept going until I reached my front gate. I fumbled with the latch, almost dropping my phone. I kept looking behind me, expecting to see him stepping out of the woods any second. But the road was empty, just shadows and moonlight. My hands shook so badly I could barely open the gate. I ran up the path to my front door, unlocked it, and slammed it shut behind me. I stood there, pressing my back to the door, trying to calm my breathing. My whole body was trembling. My knees felt weak, and I slid down to sit on the floor. My chest rose and fell rapidly. I felt sick to my stomach. After a while, I forced myself to get up and check the windows. I turned off the porch light and stood behind the curtains, peeking out into the darkness. I couldn't see anyone on the road. No one standing by the trees. The street was silent. I kept checking every few minutes, expecting a knock at my door or a shadow moving across the yard. But there was nothing. Eventually, after an hour of staring out into the darkness, I went and locked every window and door. I took a shower, but the entire time I kept imagining him standing outside the bathroom window, watching. I barely slept that night. Every small creak in the house made me sit up and listen with my heart pounding in my chest. The next morning, I woke up early and went to the police station. I told them what happened. They sent a car to check the area, but they didn't find anyone. They said it was probably just a trespasser or someone who got lost. But I know what I saw. That man was standing there, watching me. He didn't look lost. He He looked like he was waiting for something, or someone. For the next few weeks, I refused to walk home alone after work. I asked a coworker who lived nearby to drop me off in his car. Even after that, whenever I walked that road in daylight, I felt like someone was hiding just beyond where my eyes could see. Every step felt like I was being watched. It's been months since that evening. I never saw him again. No other reports were made about a man following people near the woods. Sometimes I wonder if he picked someone else's road after me. Sometimes I wonder if he was planning to do something worse that day, but changed his mind. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed staring at the dark ceiling, I wonder if he still comes back to that stretch of road, waiting for someone to walk past in the dark, alone, thinking they're safe. I try not to think about it, but whenever I remember that silent evening, the heavy air, the crunch of gravel behind me, and that dark figure half hidden behind a tree, my chest tightens again, and all I can hear is the sound of my own footsteps as I ran for my life. I woke up around 4 a.m. that morning without any alarm. It was still dark outside, but the first thing I noticed was the slight smell of damp earth coming through my window screen. It had rained a bit during the night. I got up and went to the bathroom, flicking on the weak yellow light and squinting at my reflection. My eyes looked swollen from sleep. I washed my face with cold water, and that woke me up completely. As I dried my face, I felt a slight chill in my chest, thinking about what I was about to do that morning. I was going to hike up the old fire road on the backside of the mountain. I had never been there alone before. The last time I went there was with two friends, almost 6 months ago, when the weather was still warm and the air smelled of dry grass and pine. That time, we turned back before reaching the top because it got dark too fast. This time I wanted to reach the clearing near the ridge before sunrise. I put on my old black sweatpants and a thick cotton hoodie. I slipped into my heavy hiking shoes, tightening the laces until they pressed against my ankles. I grabbed my water bottle, filled it with filtered water from the kitchen sink, and put it in my small backpack. I also packed a granola bar, my phone, and a torch just in case. I stepped outside around 4:30 a.m., locking the door quietly behind me so no one in the house woke up. The air outside was cold and heavy with moisture. As I walked down the gravel path beside the house, my shoes crunched with each step, and I winced at how loud it sounded in the silent neighborhood. It took me about 15 minutes to walk through the empty streets and reach the start of the fire road. As I stepped off the last bit of asphalt and onto the dirt, I felt the familiar feeling of damp soil under my shoes. The fire road was wide enough for a truck to drive up if needed, but no vehicles were allowed except for the ranger trucks, and even those rarely came up this early. The trees formed a long tunnel overhead, their leaves dripping with leftover rain. Every few steps, droplets would fall onto my hood or the back of my neck. It made me flinch each time. The only sounds I could hear were the light rustling of leaves, the drip of water, and the faint sound of distant crickets winding down their night calls. As I walked, I kept my eyes on the ground in front of me, watching for loose rocks or muddy patches. I could barely see without using my torch, but I didn't want to turn it on and ruin the calm darkness. My eyes slowly adjusted, and the path turned from black to dark gray. I walked like that for maybe 20 minutes, my breathing steady, my mind relaxed. My legs felt a slight burn from the uphill incline. I remember thinking about how good it felt to be alone, with no one talking, no cars or bikes, just my own steps and breath. Then I heard it. It was a very faint sound at first, like something scraping against the ground far up ahead. I stopped walking, thinking maybe I was just hearing the echo of my own steps delayed by the mountain walls. But when I stood still, I heard it again, clearer this time. It was a soft dragging sound, like someone slowly pulling something heavy along the dirt road. I felt my chest tighten slightly. I tried to tell myself it was probably just a deer or a boar moving through the brush beside the road. I waited there for a minute, listening. The sound stopped. I took a deep breath and started walking again, a bit faster this time, my eyes scanning the edges of the road for any shapes. I kept walking for another 10 minutes. The sky was starting to turn dark blue behind the trees, and I felt a bit of relief that dawn was coming. Then I heard it again, closer this time. The same dragging sound, but followed by a slight thud. I stopped again, my heart thumping in my chest. I turned on my torch and pointed it ahead along the road. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing the dirt path, rocks, and bushes, but nothing else. I slowly moved the beam from left to right, breathing shallowly, listening for any movement. The sound stopped again. I turned off my torch and kept walking, this time with a nervous knot in my stomach. About 5 minutes later, the trees opened up slightly, and the road widened into a flat area with a clear view of the mountain slope. I stopped there to catch my breath and drink some water. As I stood there with my bottle, I felt a sudden rush of cold air behind me, like a breeze sweeping through, but it was strong enough to make me take a step forward. I turned around quickly, but there was nothing. I looked at the trees, the bushes, the road behind me, but saw no movement. I stood there for a minute, just listening. The only sound was my own breathing and the slight rustle of leaves high up in the trees. I decided to keep going and reach the clearing near the ridge. I walked for another 20 minutes without hearing anything strange. The sky was getting lighter now, and I could see the outlines of the tall pine trees clearly. I was starting to feel calm again. As I climbed the last steep section before the clearing, my thighs burned and I had to pause to catch my breath. I stood there, leaning forward with my hands on my knees, staring down at the dirt between my shoes, feeling sweat drip down my forehead and nose. When I reached the clearing, the sky was fully light, though the sun hadn't risen yet. The clearing was a wide flat area with short dry grass and a few small bushes scattered around. From there, I could see the valley below, filled with early morning mist. It was beautiful and silent. I dropped my backpack on the ground and sat down cross-legged, pulling out my granola bar. As I ate, I watched the mist shift and roll through the valley. I felt at peace for a moment. Then I noticed movement at the edge of the clearing near the tree line. At first, I thought it was just branches moving in the breeze, but then I saw it again. Something dark moving slowly between the trees. I squinted, trying to see clearly. It was a person. I could see the shape now. Someone was walking along the tree line, almost blending in with the shadows. They moved slowly, their head down, their arms hanging by their sides. I felt an instant chill run through my chest. No one else should be up here this early, especially alone. I stayed completely still, holding my breath, watching them. They didn't look up or change direction. They just kept walking along the edge, moving away from me, deeper into the trees. I quickly packed my things and stood up. I didn't want to be there anymore. As I started walking back toward the road, I kept looking over my shoulder, but I didn't see them again. The walk down was faster. My steps were quick and shaky. Every sound made me flinch. The calls of birds waking up, the rustle of bushes in the breeze, even the sound of water dripping from the trees. Halfway down, I stopped and looked back up the road. I saw no one. The sun had started rising, and the world turned from blue-gray to golden, but I felt no comfort from the warm light. When I reached the bottom of the road and stepped onto the asphalt again, I felt my knees almost give out with relief. I walked back home through the silent streets, my chest tight, my mind replaying what I saw. When I got home, I took off my shoes at the door, my socks damp with sweat. I went to the bathroom and splashed water on my face again, staring at myself in the mirror. My eyes looked wide and hollow. I sat on my bed for a long time, staring at the wall, thinking about the dragging sound I heard and the person walking along the trees. Later that day, after lunch, I decided to go to the small ranger office near the entrance of the mountain park. I told the older man at the desk that I thought I saw someone up near the clearing early in the morning, that it seemed strange because they weren't hiking or running, just walking slowly along the trees. He frowned and nodded, saying they'd send someone to check, though he didn't look worried. As I walked back home, I felt a small part of me hoping I just imagined it, that my tired brain turned shadows into shapes. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the dragging sound, the thud, and the silent shape moving along the trees. I knew deep inside that it wasn't an animal. I didn't know what it was doing up there that early, alone, with no light, no bag, nothing. I never went back up that fire road alone again. Even now, years later, every time I hear the scrape of something along the ground or see a shadow move at the edge of my sight, my chest tightens in the same way it did that morning. I think about how silent it was, how wrong it felt, and how lucky I was that they kept walking away and didn't come toward me. I woke up early that morning because I couldn't sleep well. The summer heat made the sheets stick to my back, and the fan above was making a ticking noise that had kept me awake half the night. I remember just lying there, staring at the ceiling, my eyes feeling heavy, but my mind not letting me drift off. At around 5 in the morning, I finally sat up, wiped sweat off my neck, and decided I might as well start the day. It wasn't like I had work that day. It was a Sunday. I had planned to just rest, clean up a bit, and maybe go out for a drive later. After brushing my teeth, I made coffee and sat by the window looking outside. The sun wasn't even properly out yet, just that pale light before sunrise. The street was empty. There was no sound except the fan ticking behind me. I sat there for a long time, just sipping my coffee and thinking about nothing in particular. Eventually, I decided to take a shower to feel awake. The water was lukewarm because my water heater had been acting up for a few days, and I didn't bother fixing it yet. It wasn't pleasant, but it woke me up. By 7, I was already dressed in old jeans and a gray shirt. I looked at my phone and saw there were no messages or missed calls. That made me feel strange, like the world had forgotten me that morning. I don't know why I felt that way, but it stuck with me. I went out to my small porch and sat on the old wooden chair I kept there. I thought about driving out to the countryside later, just to clear my head. I always liked empty roads and the silence of fields stretching out on both sides. At around 8, I grabbed my keys and locked up the house. I didn't bother making breakfast. I wasn't hungry. I just got into my old Corolla and drove off. The roads were mostly empty except for a few motorbikes and small Suzuki vans passing by. I drove with the window down, letting the warm morning air hit my face. It felt peaceful. After about an hour of driving with no destination, I found myself near a dirt road that led into an area I had never explored before. It was just off the highway, hidden behind some bushes and trees. I slowed down and looked at it for a few seconds, wondering where it went. I thought, why not? I turned onto it, and the car bumped and shook as the wheels rolled over the uneven ground. Dust rose up behind me, catching the morning light. The road was narrow, with tall grass and bushes growing on either side. I drove slowly because there were rocks and dips every few meters. After about 15 minutes, the bushes cleared, and I found myself in an open area with wild grass growing everywhere. There were some trees off to the left, and beyond them I could see the faint outline of hills. I stopped the car and just sat there looking around. It was so quiet that it felt like sound itself had disappeared. I turned off the engine and stepped out. The heat hit me immediately. It wasn't unbearable, but the sun was fully out by then. I walked around, looking at the ground, at the way the grass moved gently in the breeze. There were insects chirping somewhere. I saw a small path leading away from the open space towards the tree line, like it had been made by people walking there often. I didn't see any houses or people around, but the path looked used. I stood there for a minute, just staring at it, before deciding to follow it. I walked slowly, listening to the dry grass crunch under my shoes. The path led into the trees, which weren't very thick but still blocked some of the sunlight. It felt cooler under them. I kept walking, seeing old plastic wrappers, a torn slipper, and broken branches scattered on the ground. It made me wonder who came here. Maybe local villagers, or kids playing, or people cutting wood. After about 5 minutes of walking, the path curved to the right and suddenly opened into another clearing. This one was smaller, almost like a hidden space between the trees. There was an old wooden shed on the far end, half collapsed with its roof caved in. I could see rusted tin sheets and broken wood lying around it. There was an odd smell in the air, like old damp wood mixed with something else I couldn't place. I stood there for a long time, just looking at that shed. I didn't feel scared, just cautious. I walked closer, stepping over branches and some broken glass. As I got nearer, I saw that the door was missing and inside was mostly empty except for some old sacks, a rusted steel drum lying on its side, and a pile of bricks in the corner. I stood at the entrance, looking inside. The smell was stronger there, like rotting wood and old dampness mixed together. I stepped in carefully, feeling the soft dirt and dry leaves under my shoes. There was no sign of anyone having been there recently, but I saw footprints on the dirt floor. They were faint, like someone had been there days ago. It made my chest feel tight for a moment. I looked around again, scanning the shadows and the corners. There was nothing there except silence and that smell. I walked around the inside slowly, touching the walls, feeling the rough wood under my fingers. Part of me felt uneasy, but I couldn't explain why. I stepped out after a while and stood in the clearing again. The trees around were swaying gently with the breeze, making a low rustling sound. I suddenly felt exposed, like something was watching me from those trees. I turned and looked around slowly, scanning every tree trunk and shadow, but there was nothing. I decided I had seen enough and started walking back towards the car. As I walked back along the path, I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling that unease building in my chest. My ears felt like they were straining to hear something. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, soft and slow, but when I stopped, it stopped too. I stood there, holding my breath, listening. The only thing I could hear was the wind in the grass. I shook my head and kept walking. When I reached my car, I felt relief wash over me. I opened the door and sat down, closing it firmly. I locked the doors without thinking. My heart was beating fast. I started the engine and turned the car around, driving back onto the dirt road. As I was driving out, I looked at the rearview mirror and thought I saw someone standing on the path where I had come from, just a faint shape between the trees. I kept looking, trying to focus my eyes, but the bumps in the road made the mirror shake, and when I looked again, there was nothing. I didn't stop to check. I just kept driving until I was back on the main highway. I didn't feel like driving around anymore. I just wanted to go home. The rest of the drive back was quiet. My mind kept replaying that faint shape I thought I saw, over and over. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and stood in my living room for a long time, feeling sweat trickle down my back despite the fan blowing above me. I sat down on the floor, resting my head against the couch. I closed my eyes, trying to calm down. My ears still felt like they were straining to hear something. The ticking of the fan was louder than ever, and I wished it would stop. I didn't move for almost an hour. When I finally got up, I went to the kitchen and drank some water. My throat felt dry and tight. I didn't feel like eating anything. For the rest of the day, I kept thinking about that place, about the footprints in the shed, about the faint shape I thought I saw. I kept telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that there was nothing there, just shadows and light mixing together. But that didn't make me feel better. At night, I lay in bed listening to the fan ticking above me, my eyes wide open in the darkness. Every creak of the house made my heart beat faster. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I felt exhausted, but I didn't want to stay at home. I got into my car again and drove to the city, trying to keep my mind occupied with traffic and shops and people walking around. Anything to keep me from thinking about that place. I didn't tell anyone about it. Even now, when I think about it, I feel my chest get tight and my hands start to sweat. I never went back to that road again. I never even drove near it. Whenever I pass that area on the highway, I keep my eyes straight ahead, my hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. I don't know what was there that day. Maybe nothing. Maybe just my own mind making up shapes and sounds from fear. But whatever it was, it felt real enough to make me never want to see that place again. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, sure that I heard footsteps outside my window, soft and slow, stopping when I stop breathing to listen. And in that darkness, with the ticking fan above me, I can almost see that faint shape again, standing just beyond the glass, watching, waiting for something I don't understand. I still think about that night sometimes, even now, 10 years later. It sits in the back of my mind like a memory that never really goes away, even though nothing came of it. I was about 10 years old back then, and almost all of my cousins were over. There were a lot of us, probably 10 kids in total, running around the house that evening. The grown-ups had decided to go out for dinner, just the parents and grandparents, leaving us alone for a few hours. I remember feeling excited about it because it felt like freedom. No one was there to tell us to quiet down or to make sure we ate dinner at the table. We were allowed to just sit around in the living room, eating chips and popcorn, watching movies we picked ourselves. I can still picture how it felt that evening. The sun had gone down completely, and the house felt cozy. We closed the curtains in the living room to make it feel like a movie theater. Someone turned off the main light, so only the glow from the TV lit the room. All of us sat spread out on the couches, chairs, and floor, with blankets wrapped around us and snacks passed from one person to the next. I was sitting cross-legged on the carpet with my back against the couch, a bowl of pretzels in my lap. My cousin Mark was next to me, lying on his stomach with his head propped on his hands. The older cousins sat on the couch behind us, sharing a blanket and whispering about something they thought was too mature for us to hear. The movie we watched was an action movie, nothing scary, but it was loud. The explosions and gunshots made the windows rattle a little. At some point, I stopped paying attention to the plot and just stared at the flickering light on the walls. I felt tired but safe. Everyone was together in one place, and there was no reason to feel uneasy. Then it happened. It felt like the world exploded outside. There was a sudden, massive flash of white light coming from the backyard. It wasn't like lightning. It didn't flicker. It just lit up the curtains so brightly I thought the sun had come back up. At the exact same moment, there was a deep, roaring sound that shook the entire house. The floor under me trembled, so hard I thought it was going to crack open. The pretzels spilled off my lap onto the carpet, but I didn't even look down at them. I just froze. For half a second, there was no other sound. Then everyone screamed at the same time. I could feel my heart pounding so hard I thought I was going to throw up. The noise felt like it was still inside my ears. Nobody said anything. We all just reacted the same way, as if we were a pack of animals. We scrambled to our feet and ran out of the living room. Mark grabbed my arm and pulled me with him. We ran into the hallway, all of us pushing and stumbling over each other. My youngest cousin started crying behind me, and someone picked him up to carry him. We didn't stop until we were all huddled in the narrow hallway between the kitchen and bedrooms. I remember standing there, shaking, looking at everyone's faces. The hallway light was on, and it made their eyes look wide and glossy. Nobody knew what to do. I pressed my hands against my chest to feel my heart beating and wondered if it was going to stop. It felt like a bomb had exploded outside, and I half expected to look out the window and see the whole backyard on fire. The oldest cousin, Jenna, was 17 at the time. She kept breathing hard and looking toward the living room, as if she was thinking of going to check. Her brother, who was 15, kept telling her to call the police. He was pale and sweating. His hair stuck to his forehead. But in the end, they didn't call the police. They called the parents instead. Jenna's hands were shaking so badly, she could barely hold the phone. I heard her telling them what happened in a choked voice, saying there was a big flash and a huge boom, and the house shook. She kept repeating it, like she couldn't find any other words. After she hung up, she told us they were coming home right away. We just stood there in the hallway for a few more minutes. Nobody spoke. The little kids were clinging to each other, and one of my cousins had tears running down his face, but he wasn't making any noise. It was like we were all waiting for something else to happen, another explosion or a scream from outside. Eventually, when it felt like nothing else was going to happen, we decided to go back to the living room. But none of us wanted to go alone. We moved as a group, sticking close together. The movie was still playing, the volume loud, but nobody cared about it anymore. The room felt different, like it wasn't safe. My oldest cousin told us to grab something to use as a weapon, just in case there was someone outside. I didn't really know what good it would do, but I picked up a metal rod we used to open the curtains. Mark grabbed a broomstick. Another cousin had a plastic baseball bat. We must have looked so ridiculous, standing there gripping household items, but we felt like we needed it. For the next half hour, we just sat in the living room, still grouped together, holding our makeshift weapons. No one turned the movie off, but no one was watching it. We just kept looking at the curtains, waiting for something to move behind them. Every tiny sound made us jump. The refrigerator made its normal buzzing noise, and someone let out a gasp. I kept thinking about what the flash could have been. My mind ran through every possibility I knew: lightning, bomb, alien ship, explosion, gunfire. Nothing seemed to fit. The sky had been clear before it happened. No rain, no storm, nothing. After what felt like hours, we heard the front door opening. The parents were back. The relief I felt when I saw them step into the hallway made my knees go weak. I dropped the curtain rod onto the carpet and just stood there breathing hard. The adults looked confused when they saw us all gathered there with weapons. We tried to tell them what happened, all talking at once, describing the light, the boom, the shaking house, how it felt like the ground itself had split in half. They didn't seem to understand. My dad went out into the backyard with a flashlight, checking every corner, but there was nothing out there. The grass was still, the trees were quiet, the fence was fine, no burnt patches, no smoke, nothing broken. They walked around the whole yard, and a few neighbors came out too, asking what was going on. Nobody had seen or heard anything. That was the part that made my chest tighten with fear. How could we have felt something so powerful, so loud, so bright, and nobody else noticed? The neighbors said they'd been watching TV or reading, and everything was normal. The parents came back inside and told us it was probably just a transformer blowing somewhere far away, that it can cause a flash and a loud sound. but I didn't believe them. I didn't know what a transformer was back then, but it didn't feel like something that small. The ground shook so much I thought the walls would crack. That night, none of us slept well. All the cousins stayed together in the living room. Nobody wanted to sleep alone in the bedrooms. We laid out sleeping bags and blankets on the floor. The movie was turned off, and the room was silent except for the sound of everyone breathing and the occasional cough or sniffle. I lay awake for a long time staring at the ceiling, thinking about the flash, trying to remember exactly what it looked like. It was so bright it hurt my eyes, but it was pure white, not yellow or blue like lightning. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it again. In the morning, the sun came up as usual, and the adults made pancakes for all of us. We ate at the table, quiet at first, but then the little kids started laughing again, talking about cartoons and toys. For them, it was already becoming a strange memory. But for the older ones, we kept looking at each other without saying anything, trying to figure out if it really happened the way we remembered it. After breakfast, we went outside to check the yard again. We walked all over the grass, looking for burn marks or broken branches, but everything was normal. The fence was fine. The dirt was undisturbed. Even the neighbors' yards were untouched. It felt like whatever we experienced had just vanished into the air. Over the next few days, the adults stopped talking about it. They went back to work, back to normal life. But for us kids, it stuck. Whenever we saw each other, someone would bring it up. Remember that night when the backyard exploded? We'd all nod, trying to laugh about how scared we were, but underneath it there was a feeling of unease. Because none of us had an answer. It wasn't lightning. There was no storm. No transformer blew out in the area. No power outage was reported. No one else heard the noise. No one else saw the light. It was just us, sitting in that living room, who felt like the world had ripped open outside the window. Years went by, and we grew up. We went to high school, then college. We moved to different cities. But whenever we got together for holidays or family gatherings, someone always brought up that night. We'd sit around the dinner table, plates empty in front of us, and someone would say, "Remember that flash?" Then the room would go quiet for a moment while we all remembered. Some cousins tried to come up with explanations: secret military testing, a meteorite burning up, an electrical arc from the power lines. But none of those felt quite right. For me, that night changed the way I thought about the world. I realized that not everything has an answer. Not everything can be explained away by science or logic, or the adults telling us it was nothing. I still remember the way the floor trembled under my legs, how the walls shivered, how the curtains glowed so bright it felt like the sun was inside the house. I remember the way we all screamed together and ran, how we huddled in the hallway with our hearts beating so loud it felt like the only sound left in the world. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can see it. The white flash, the trembling ground, the silent fear that wrapped itself around all of us. And the worst part is, I know I will never know what it really was. Maybe it was something harmless. Maybe it was something dangerous. Or maybe it was just one of those moments that happens for no reason at all, a glitch in the world, here and gone before we can even understand it. But I know how it felt. It felt like the end of everything, if only for a second. I had never really liked driving at night, but sometimes there was no choice. That evening was one of those times. The family reunion had run longer than I expected. Everyone was drinking tea and telling old stories from when we were kids. Some were arguing about politics, some were laughing at old memories. I kept checking the clock on my phone, feeling that tight knot in my stomach grow each time I saw how late it was getting. I knew I had work in the morning. I tried to leave earlier, but my uncle insisted I stay until the group photo was taken. By the time I got into my car and waved goodbye to everyone, it was almost 10 at night. The drive back to my apartment was just under 2 hours. I had done this drive many times before. It always felt longer at night, with the darkness pressing in on both sides of the narrow roads, and the dense bushes and tall trees leaning in like they were trying to block out the moonlight. Every time my headlights swept past those thick trees, my chest tightened a little, half expecting to see something standing there among the trunks and shadows, watching. At first, the drive was fine. I had music on low, and I was still thinking about my cousins, about how some of them had grown up so fast, about the taste of the overly sweet cake my aunt had made. But about 45 minutes in, I felt it, that sudden wave of tiredness. The kind that makes your eyelids heavy in a way you can't fight. It wasn't like I had been sleepy all evening. It hit me out of nowhere, like someone had switched off a light in my head. My eyes started drifting closed. My head nodded forward a little. I jerked it back up, slapping my cheek with my hand. I knew this feeling. I had felt it before when driving back from university late at night. I knew it was dangerous. Every few seconds, my mind would blank out for just a moment, and the car would drift slightly before I corrected it. Each time it happened, my chest pounded harder. I turned the music up, rolled the window down. The cold night air rushed in, smelling like wet dirt and pine needles. It helped for a while, but the tiredness wasn't going away. I told myself I'd pull over and sleep for a bit. It was better than risking falling asleep at the wheel. But as the minutes went by, I realized there wasn't anywhere to stop. The roads here were narrow and winding, with thick bushes right up against the edges, no wide shoulders, no rest stops, no gas stations. Just darkness and trees and bushes. I passed a few dirt tracks leading off into the forest, but they looked creepy as hell, and I didn't want to risk driving down one and getting stuck, or worse, running into someone who didn't want to be seen out there at night. Another 5 minutes passed. I slapped my cheek again, harder this time. My eyes burned. I felt like I was going to throw up from the mix of tiredness and fear. Finally, when I felt my head drop forward again, I knew I was out of time. I had to stop now, or I was going to die on that road. I saw a small patch of grass off to the side, behind some bushes. There wasn't really a proper shoulder there, but I pulled over anyway, pushing my car as far off the road as I could without hitting anything. The bushes were thick and tall, almost as high as my car windows. I thought that was good. It would hide me from view a little, so no one would pull over to check on me or try anything stupid. The road wasn't completely empty. Every few minutes, I saw headlights coming the other way or sweeping up behind me before disappearing around the bends. I didn't want someone seeing my car alone on the side and deciding to see what I was doing. I turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. The only sound was the ticking of the cooling engine and the faint breeze rustling the bushes outside. I looked at the dashboard clock. It was 11:22. I took off my seatbelt and leaned the seat back a little, trying to get comfortable. My legs were cramped from the drive, and my knees ached. I shifted around for a few seconds until I found a position that didn't hurt too much. I told myself I'd just close my eyes for a few minutes. Just a quick nap to keep myself from crashing the car. I checked that the doors were locked, then let my eyes drift closed. I don't know how long I was out before the sound woke me up. At first I wasn't sure if I had really heard it. I sat there in the darkness of the car, still half asleep, feeling confused and heavy. My head was foggy, and my eyes stung. Then I heard it again. A scratching sound. Faint at first, like nails on metal, coming from somewhere near the rear of the car. I looked at the clock. 11:50. Only about half an hour had passed. The scratching stopped after a few seconds. I sat there staring at the ceiling of my car, feeling scared but too tired to really care. My brain told me it was probably just an animal. A raccoon, maybe. Or some other small creature, checking out the warm metal of the car. I didn't move. I just closed my eyes again and drifted back to sleep, still feeling scared but too exhausted to do anything about it. I woke up again to the same sound. This time it felt louder, sharper, more deliberate. My eyes flew open, and I lay there breathing hard, my chest tight and my heart pounding against my ribs. The clock said 12:40. I had been asleep for almost another hour. The scratching wasn't stopping this time. It kept going, a steady dragging and scraping against the side of the car near the back. My mouth felt dry, and I could feel sweat running down my sides under my shirt even though it was a cold night. I told myself again that it was just an animal. Maybe it smelled food in the car. But why would it come back almost an hour after it had left? That's what scared me. Animals don't usually leave and then come back like that. Not unless something scared them away the first time. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to move. My neck was stiff from the awkward sleeping position. I turned my head slowly to look at the rear view mirror. At first I didn't see anything, just the dark outline of the bushes behind me, lit faintly by the moonlight. Then, just as my eyes adjusted, I saw something move. It was quick, just a blur of movement. Something running away into the trees. My stomach twisted. I couldn't see clearly what it was. It looked like a person, but I told myself it couldn't be. Who would be out here, crouched next to my car, scratching at it in the middle of the night? My chest felt tight, and I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I remembered those stories about the hook killer, The one who scratches at the couple's car while they're parked somewhere deserted, and then kills them when they get out to check. I felt like I was choking. I knew I couldn't stay there any longer. I didn't care how tired I was. I needed to get away from there. I sat up, turned the ignition, and flicked the headlights on. The bright light flooded the bushes and the road ahead, and for a split second I thought I saw something standing further down the road, but when I blinked it was gone. I didn't care. I pulled out onto the road, tires kicking up dirt and small stones, and I drove as fast as I could without losing control. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely keep the wheel straight. I drove for about a minute, and then the road curved to the left. As I came around the bend, my headlights swept across something that made my breath catch in my throat. There was a car parked off to the side of the road, half hidden behind some bushes. The driver's side door was wide open. It looked like it had been there for a while. I slowed down a little, staring at it. I couldn't see anyone inside. The interior was empty, dark. The car looked old, paint peeling off in patches, one of the taillights broken. My skin crawled with that sick, cold feeling you get when you know something is wrong. I kept driving past it, staring into my rear-view mirror. I didn't see anything for a moment. Then, just as I was about to look away, I saw movement. Someone came running around the bend behind me. At first it didn't register. My tired brain was still trying to process what I was seeing. But then I realized it was a man. He was sprinting hard, arms pumping, feet pounding the road. He was wearing dark clothes, something that looked like a hoodie with the hood pulled up. Even though my windows were rolled up, I could hear him yelling. His mouth was open wide, shouting something I couldn't hear clearly. Then I caught some of the words. He was shouting, telling me to stop the car, to get out. Screaming it over and over, his voice cracking with rage. My chest felt like it was going to explode. I pressed my foot down hard on the accelerator, feeling the car lurch forward as the engine whined. My hands were slick with sweat, and I had to keep wiping them on my jeans to keep my grip on the wheel. I didn't look back again. I just kept driving, pushing the car as fast as I dared on those narrow, winding roads. Every time I thought about slowing down, I remembered the way he was running after me, the way his arms moved, the way his face looked twisted with anger in the faint light. I kept seeing that open car door, sitting there in the dark, like it was waiting for someone, like it was bait. It took me almost another hour to get home. I don't remember much of that drive. My mind was blank with fear and tiredness. My eyes kept flicking to the mirrors, expecting to see headlights chasing me, or worse, to see him running along the side of the road, keeping pace with the car. I know that sounds stupid, but at the time I couldn't stop thinking it. When I finally pulled into the parking lot outside my apartment, my legs were so weak I could barely stand. I stumbled up the stairs to my door, hands shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice before getting them into the lock. When I got inside, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, listening to the silence of my apartment. My heart was still pounding so hard it hurt. I walked into the bathroom, turned on the light, and stared at myself in the mirror. My face looked pale and sunken, dark circles under my eyes, hair stuck to my forehead with sweat. I took a long shower, trying to calm down, but every time I closed my eyes I saw him again, running after me in the dark. That night, I barely slept. Every small sound made me jump. Every time a car drove past, I was 17 when I finally got my license. It felt like the last piece of freedom I needed to truly call myself an adult. Every evening after work, I would drive home with the windows down and music low, feeling the warm summer air on my face, just letting it all sink in. Back then, my friends and I had this mission we made for ourselves. We were obsessed with finding abandoned houses to hang out in. Not even for big parties all the time, though that was the main idea, but just for the thrill of it. The idea of going into a place no one else was supposed to be and made us feel like we owned it, like we were above the normal boring routine of everyone else at school. There were a few decent houses we found before. Mostly old ranch houses out in the dry hills outside town. A couple foreclosed ones with boarded-up windows in the outskirts, places like that. But none of them felt big enough to really call the spot. They were dusty and broken down, with sagging floors and moldy smells, and we always worried about neighbors calling the cops. But there was this one house I always passed on my way back from work. I worked at this small grocery store in the evenings after school. By the time I got off, it was usually late dusk. The house was huge. It wasn't like a normal abandoned home. It was new but unfinished. It was basically a shell of a house, framed out, roof half done, some windows in, but most just wide open holes in the plywood. It sat back off this two-lane road surrounded by dirt and scattered patches of dry grass, with an open lot behind it that stretched far back into a line of trees. It looked like whoever started building it just gave up halfway through and left it to rot. The thing about it was how out of place it felt. The houses near it were normal-sized suburban homes, and then there was this mansion just sitting there like a silent giant, empty and open. I remember telling my friend, Marcus, about it. He was always down for this stuff. One day we were heading to the movies in the evening. I told him, "Hey, let me show you this place I keep seeing on my way home." It was about dusk again. The sun had dropped down behind the trees and left this blue-gray light hanging over everything. I clicked my headlights on as we drove. The road was quiet, a couple cars here, and they're heading home for dinner. I turned off into the dirt pull-in front of the house. The tires crunched over gravel as I slowed to a stop. We sat there for a second, just staring at it. I remember the way it looked that day. The beams sticking up like bones from the roof, bits of plastic wrapping hanging off the corners and fluttering in the evening breeze. The front door frame was there, but no door. You could see straight through the skeleton of the house into the empty rooms. For the 10 or so seconds we sat there, it felt like something out of a movie. Marcus laughed and said, "Man, imagine the parties here." I smiled, but something about it didn't sit right with me that day. It felt too empty, too silent. I reversed out pretty quickly. We didn't even get out. Just sat there long enough to see it up close, then backed out to head to the main road. As we were pulling back onto the street, I noticed headlights behind us. A big pair of headlights, bright and high up. A truck. It pulled out of the dirt lot right after us. At first I didn't think much of it. Maybe someone working construction late, or someone checking on the property. But as I drove, it got right up on my bumper. Close enough that I could see the grill in my rear view, all lit up by its own headlights. I could hear Marcus shift in his seat and look back. "This dude's riding your ass hard," he said. I nodded and tried to focus on the road. We passed under a streetlight, and the truck stayed glued to me, not even backing off when we sped up a little. We were coming up to a stoplight at the corner where there was a small gas station. The light was red, so I slowed to a stop. My heart was already going a little faster than normal, but I told myself it was nothing. Just a dude in a hurry. As I slowed, I saw in my rearview mirror how the truck's lights flared brighter for a second as it braked hard behind me. When the light turned green, I turned right like I always did to head back to the main stretch toward the theater. I remember the way the truck suddenly swung left and cut through the gas station lot at the corner. It was like a movie, how fast it happened. I saw the truck swerve through the empty lot, bounce over the concrete edge, and stop dead in front of us on the road. I slammed my brakes so hard I felt the seatbelt dig into my chest. My headlights lit up the side of the truck, showing dull metal streaked with dirt and rust, the whole thing sitting higher up with big, thick tires. Then the driver's door opened. He stepped out like a shadow turning solid. A huge man, like not just fat or tall but big. Thick neck, wide shoulders, wearing dark clothes that looked like work overalls or something. He walked straight toward my window. My stomach dropped. I felt it physically drop inside me, like a stone falling in water. Marcus didn't say a word. Neither of us moved. It was like being frozen. The road that was busy just moments before was completely empty now. There were no cars coming from either way, no pedestrians, no one at the gas station pumps. Just us, my headlights cutting through the dusky blue light, and this man approaching. He rapped on the window hard with his knuckles, making the glass shake. I remember the way my hand trembled when I reached for the window switch to roll it down halfway. The window motor buzzed loud in the silent car. He bent down to look inside. His face was wide with dark eyes set deep under his brow, beard scruffy and unshaven, a deep crease running from his nose down to his mouth on both sides like he was permanently scowling. His eyes didn't blink. They moved from me to Marcus and back to me again. He didn't look angry or yelling or anything. He just stared with this empty look, like he was trying to figure something out. I could smell him, this mix of gasoline and sweat and something sour, even through the window gap. For a moment, none of us said anything. It felt like minutes, but it was probably just a few seconds. I remember feeling sweat dripping down my back, soaking into my waistband. My arms were tense against the steering wheel. The man tilted his head a little and kept staring. Finally he spoke, voice low and heavy. "What were you doing at that house?" It wasn't a question said like a conversation starter. It was a demand. He didn't say it with curiosity. It was like he already knew but wanted to hear me say it. My tongue felt stuck to the roof of my mouth. My brain was racing with possibilities. I thought about saying we were just curious or we were looking to buy it, something stupid like that. But I didn't want him to think we were coming back. I didn't want him to think we were interested in it at all. I just blurted out the first thing that made sense. Just making a U-turn, sir. My voice sounded weak in my own ears, thin and shaky. I hated how scared I sounded. He didn't say anything, just kept staring. His eyes flicked to Marcus again, then back to me. Then he did something that made my stomach clench even tighter. He smiled. It wasn't a warm smile. It wasn't even a threatening smile. It was just empty, like he didn't even know he was doing it. The corners of his mouth turned up just a little, but his eyes stayed dead. Then he nodded once, slowly, and said nothing. He just turned around and walked back to his truck, climbed in, and reversed out of our way. I didn't wait for anything else. I rolled up my window and drove around him, heading straight for the main road. As we passed him, I saw his headlights were off now. He just sat there in the dark cab, staring at us through the window. Neither of us spoke for a long time. We just kept driving, past the strip malls, past the car dealerships, past the empty lots with for sale signs, until we reached the theater parking lot. I pulled in and parked, but left the engine running. My hands were shaking so bad I had to sit there with them clenched in my lap to keep them still. Marcus finally let out a breath and laughed a little, but it wasn't a happy laugh. It was the laugh people do when they're trying to pretend they're okay. "That was messed up, man," he said quietly. I didn't say anything back. I just kept seeing his face in my head, the way his eyes stayed empty even when he smiled. The rest of the night, I couldn't stop thinking about what he was doing there. Why he cared so much about us being near that house. It wasn't his house. There was no driveway, no mailbox, no sign of anyone living there. The whole property was unfinished. But he came out of nowhere the second we pulled in. After that, I never drove that way home again. I took the long way around the back streets to avoid passing that place. Sometimes, though, if I was driving with someone else and they asked about it, I would point it out from far down the street. The place stayed the same. Year after year, it never changed. No construction trucks, no remodeling, nothing. It just sat there with its roof half finished, and its plastic wrapping fluttering in the wind like silent flags. I started to notice that the dirt lot out front always had tire tracks in it. Fresh ones, like someone was always coming and going. Years later, after high school, I moved out of that town. Got busy with college, work, life. But sometimes when I went back to visit my parents, I would drive past it again out of curiosity. It was always the same. Big, empty, half finished. But now I noticed something else. Sometimes there would be a car or a truck parked way in the back behind it, near the tree line. Never the same car. Always different. But never a moving truck or a construction truck or anything like that. Just normal cars. Parked there for hours. No one around. I never told my parents about what happened. Never told anyone except Marcus, really. But in my head I knew. That house wasn't just abandoned. It wasn't just a failed construction project. Something was happening there. I thought about drugs. I thought about stolen cars being stripped for parts. Or maybe worse, human trafficking or something deeper. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to be involved. I learned my lesson that day at 17, sitting in the driver's seat. I woke up that morning like I did every weekday, with my alarm ringing before the sun even thought about rising. It was still dark outside, so dark that I couldn't see past my window, even though there was a street lamp somewhere down the block. I felt tired, not just sleepy tired, but that deep tired that sinks into your bones and makes you question your life choices. I swung my feet over the edge of the bed and just sat there for a second, rubbing my face with both hands, trying to shake off the feeling that I'd barely slept at all. My phone buzzed with its usual calendar reminder telling me to leave by 5 a.m. if I wanted to catch the bus and have enough time to grab Starbucks before practice. I remember thinking about that coffee while I pulled on my baggy black pants and my oversized black hoodie. The pants were so wide-legged they almost covered my shoes completely, and the hoodie was big enough that it made me look like a kid trying on their older brother's clothes. I pulled my cap down low over my forehead and adjusted my ponytail so it tucked inside my hood. I didn't even bother looking in the mirror before I left. I grabbed my banana from the counter and my coaching backpack, slinging it over one shoulder. The air was cold and damp when I stepped outside, the kind of damp that gets into your lungs and makes you cough a little. The street was empty. No cars passing by, no people, no dogs barking in the distance. Just the silent dark and the soft mist hanging under the streetlights like thin smoke. I started walking, my sneakers slapping softly against the sidewalk, and peeled my banana as I went. I remember thinking about whether I wanted my usual Starbucks before the commute or after. I kept thinking about how warm that cup would feel in my hands. Whether I wanted to carry it onto the bus or walk into practice with it, still hot, making me look more put together than I felt. I was eating my banana, just walking at my normal pace, not in a rush, not paying too much attention. I could see my breath in the air in little puffs with every exhale. My mind drifted back and forth between coffee, the drills I had planned for practice that morning, and an assignment I still needed to grade later that evening. That was all I was thinking about. Just normal, stupid daily things. When I got to the corner, there was this alleyway on my left. I passed it every day and never thought about it. It was just a narrow space between two buildings with trash bins lined up along the brick wall and an old fence at the far end that no one ever maintained. It always smelled like wet cardboard. That morning, when I stepped near it, I saw someone step out from the shadows. At first my brain didn't process what I was seeing. It was too early for my mind to register danger. All I saw was a tall man in a black mask, not like a ski mask, but one of those masks that just covers the nose and mouth. His hood was up over his head. I didn't think anything of it for a second. I didn't feel scared at first. I was too sleepy, too locked in my own head about coffee and grading and drills. I kept walking until he shouted. His voice snapped everything awake inside me. He yelled at me to put down my purse. My purse. I didn't even carry a purse. I just had my banana in one hand and my coaching bag slung over my shoulder. That was when I saw the gun. It wasn't some tiny handgun either. It looked huge in his hand, black metal catching the dim orange of the streetlight. He pointed it right at my face, right at my forehead, and I felt everything inside me freeze. My heart started pounding, so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I felt my knees go weak. I wasn't thinking about anything else in that moment, except how loud my heart felt, and how I could taste banana in my mouth mixed with the sour taste of fear. I put my banana down on the curb without even thinking and dropped my coaching bag on the ground near it. The man was shouting again, telling me to walk over to him, to come into the alleyway, to get on the ground. My legs felt heavy, like they were made of concrete. I remember my hands shaking as I held them up a little to show him I was cooperating. I tried to keep my voice calm, even though I could hear it trembling. I kept saying okay, 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 over and over again. I said it like a chant, like if I just kept saying it, he wouldn't shoot me. I stepped towards him, closer to the alleyway entrance. The mist seemed thicker around him. The light didn't reach his eyes under his hood. When I got close enough, he told me again to get down on the ground. I didn't argue. I lowered myself down onto the wet concrete. My hands touched the cold ground, and I could feel tiny bits of gravel and dirt pressing into my palms. I remember that smell of wet concrete and banana peel mixing together. I don't know why I kept talking, but I did. I kept saying, I'm down, see, I'm down, my stuff is over there. Please just take it. My voice sounded so small and thin, like a child's voice, not my own. He screamed at me to shut up. His voice bounced off the walls of the alley and sounded louder than it probably was. I felt his weight shift, and suddenly he was on top of me. His knee pressed into my back. I could feel the barrel of the gun against the back of my head, cold and heavy. I wanted to vomit. My stomach turned over, and over like I was on a ship in a storm. I tried to keep my breathing quiet, but it was coming out in short, sharp gasps. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time didn't exist. It was just me, the cold concrete, and the weight of him on my back. I remember thinking about how I never told my sister I loved her enough. How I didn't call my dad back the night before. Stupid things, mundane regrets, all piling up in my brain. Then something shifted in him. He moved off of me a little, and I felt his weight lift. I turned my head just enough to see him looking down at me. I could tell he was staring at my face, at the side of my face where my hood had slipped back a little. His eyes flicked over my clothes, my hat, my baggy pants. I couldn't see his expression behind the mask, but something changed. I felt it in the air. He stood up suddenly and pointed the gun towards the alley. He told me to come with him. His voice was lower now, almost quiet, but there was no softness in it. I felt my chest tighten. I thought about the stories I'd read recently about women getting dragged into alleyways and what happened to them there. I thought about my mom and what it would do to her if something like that happened to me. My stomach twisted in a new way, a deeper way. Inside my head, it was like two people were screaming at each other. One voice told me there was no way I was going to walk down that alley without fighting. The other voice screamed back that he had a gun, and if I didn't go with him, he would shoot me in the street. Both voices were mine. Both were right. He yelled at me again, telling me to follow him. His voice bounced off the walls again. I don't know where I found the calm to do what I did next. I just kept talking. I said, okay, I'm coming, and I started to stand up slowly. I moved one foot back, then the other, like I was about to follow him. He turned his body to face the alley, the gun pointing away from me for just a split second. That was it. That was my moment. I didn't think about it. I just moved. I tucked my head down and ran. I ran like I was running for my life, because I was. My legs burned with every step. My chest felt like it was going to explode. I could hear a high-pitched screaming, and it took me a few seconds to realize that it was me. My own voice, screaming into the dark. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just kept running. My feet slapped the pavement hard enough that it hurt my knees, but I didn't care. I ran past the bus stop, past the gas station, past 3 blocks of silent houses and dark windows. I ran until my lungs felt like they were going to rip apart, and then I ran some more. When I finally stopped, I was almost back to my apartment building. I stood there on the sidewalk, bent over, my hands on my knees, breathing so hard that I thought I was going to pass out. My mouth tasted like iron. I didn't even notice the tears streaming down my face until I wiped my nose on my sleeve and felt the wetness all over my cheeks. I kept looking around, terrified that he had followed me, that he was watching where I lived. I stayed outside for a few minutes, hiding behind a parked car, just watching the street. Every shadow looked like him. Every dark shape felt like a threat. When I finally felt brave enough to walk inside, I locked the door behind me and sank down onto the floor of my tiny apartment. I sat there, my back against the door, knees pulled up to my chest, and I cried. I called the police once I felt like I could speak without my voice shaking too much. They came out and took my statement. I watched them walk down to the alleyway where it happened. They were down there for a while, shining their flashlights along the walls and under the trash bins. I saw one of them pick up my banana peel where I had dropped it. They bagged it like it was evidence of something. The man was gone. No footprints, no witnesses, no cameras that pointed directly into that alley. The only proof it happened at all was my banana peel turning brown on the concrete, and the way my hands wouldn't stop shaking even hours later. For days after, I jumped at every noise. Every time I stepped outside in the early morning, I felt my chest tighten with panic. I started taking a different route to the bus stop. Sometimes I skipped Starbucks altogether because I couldn't stand being outside for that extra 5 minutes. Every time I walked past an alley, my body went cold and tense and my breath got shallow. I never saw him again. The police never caught him. For a long time, I wondered what he would have done if I hadn't run. The what-ifs haunted me more than the memory itself. What if I hadn't run fast enough? What if he had pulled the trigger? What if I had gone down that alley with him? Those thoughts stuck with me for months, lurking at the edge of my mind whenever I walked alone in the dark. But I survived. That was the truth of it. I was still here. I still woke up at 4 a.m. and put on my baggy pants and hoodie. I still walked to the bus stop in the dark. I had only gotten my CPR certification a week before it happened. It was just something I'd done because I thought it would be useful one day. The training was in a small classroom at the community center, and I remember sitting there with my little card at the end, feeling proud and safe in a way, like if something ever went wrong, at least I could try to help. But honestly, I never really thought I'd need to use it so soon. I thought maybe I'd do chest compressions on someone's grandma who fainted in a grocery store or something. Not what I actually saw that day. It was late September, getting close to Halloween, and my friends and I went out to a thrift store to look for cheap costumes. I wasn't even really in the mood for it that day. I'd woken up with a headache, feeling tired and slow, but they kept texting me to come out. I remember the sun felt too bright when I stepped outside my apartment, and I almost went back into nap, but I didn't. I just got in my car and drove over to the store to meet them. The thrift store wasn't that busy that day. It was kind of dusty and smelled like old fabric and would polish, like it always did. There was this squeaky cart someone left near the front door, and every time someone moved it slightly, it let out this sharp squeal that made everyone flinch. My friends were laughing, trying on random wigs and oversized coats. I went to the back to look at old football jerseys for a costume idea, and then grabbed a couple to try on. The dressing rooms were just small plywood cubicles with thin blue curtains. I pulled one closed behind me and started changing into the jerseys, seeing how they fit in the scratched mirror. I could hear the muffled voices of my friends outside, some kids crying in another aisle, and the hum of the old ceiling fan above me. I remember thinking about what I would eat for dinner that night, wondering if my leftover pasta was still good. Then everything just went quiet. It wasn't sudden, but I noticed it like you notice a draft when the heat turns off. The chatter and laughter stopped. I froze for a second, pulling the jersey back off, and listened. I could still hear the ceiling fan, but no voices. I stepped out, still holding the jersey, and saw everyone gathered near the front door, looking outside. One of the cashiers was talking quickly, waving her hands, and another was on the phone. My friend stood nearby, silent and staring. I walked up, asking what was going on. Someone said that a woman was passed out in the parking lot. I told them that I was CPR certified and I'd go take a look. They just nodded at me, not really processing what I said. I told them they needed to call 911 right now, and the cashier on the phone nodded hard, telling whoever was on the other end to hurry. I pushed through the doors into the sunlight. It was bright, almost painfully bright after being in the dim store. I shaded my eyes with my hand and looked around. At first, I didn't see anyone on the ground. There were just cars parked in scattered lines, with weeds poking through cracks in the pavement. I walked forward, my shoes crunching little bits of gravel, scanning each row. Someone behind me came out and yelled that she was in her car, parked far out by itself. I turned and saw it, a silver sedan parked crooked near the edge of the lot, far from everyone else. It looked like it had been there a while. I jogged over, feeling my stomach drop further with every step. My heart was pounding, but not like in training. In training, it's rhythmic and steady because you know you're safe. This felt wrong. Everything felt wrong. The air felt too still, like the world was holding its breath. As I got closer, I saw her. She was in the driver's seat, her head slumped against the window. Her hair was dark and tangled, pressed up against the glass. Her face was blue. I'd never seen anyone that color before. Not just her lips, but her whole face. Even her eyelids looked blue. I froze, staring at her, my chest tightening up like someone was squeezing my ribs. Her eyes were half open, and I noticed the dark rings around them, those red, bruised-looking circles that people talk about with heavy drug use, except hers were blue now, too. I felt my throat close up for a second, like I was about to throw up. But I just swallowed and forced myself to keep moving. I tried the door handle, but it was locked. Someone came running up behind me, a man with a work vest on, probably from the store. He reached through the cracked window and unlocked it from inside. The smell hit me instantly. Sweat, old fast food, and something sharp and chemical like burnt plastic mixed with vinegar. We opened the door, and I remember so clearly that her head turned slightly, just from the door opening, and I saw tears on her cheeks. She had tears running down her face. That's when I think my mind really broke a little. I thought about how scared she must have been, how alone she was, crying while her body shut down. Someone checked her pulse on her neck, but shook their head like they weren't sure. We pulled her out together, me and the man, laying her down on the hot pavement. Her arms flopped down limply, and I saw the inside of her elbows covered in little marks, some older, some newer. I kneeled down next to her and put my fingers on her neck, feeling for that thump I'd practiced feeling in class. Nothing, or maybe I was too panicked to feel it. My fingers were shaking, slipping slightly on her damp skin. I tilted her head back, opening her mouth. Her lips were purple and cracked. Her teeth were slightly yellowed, clenched together. I tried to open her jaw wider, but it was stiff, so I just tilted her chin back as far as I could. I started chest compressions, pressing down hard like they told us to, counting out the beats in my head to keep the rhythm. I remember thinking her chest felt different than the rubber dummy we trained on. Softer in some places, firmer in others. I pressed harder, feeling bones move under my palms. Someone else took over breaths, but they struggled, her mouth barely opening enough. We switched quickly, keeping the compressions going. I could hear sirens now, far away at first and then closer. The pavement was burning through my jeans as I kneeled there, sweat dripping off my forehead onto her shirt. Her tears were drying on her cheeks in the sun. Her shirt had a little cartoon elephant on it, faded and stained. Her pants were dirty and wrinkled, like she'd slept in them for days. When the ambulance pulled up, I almost collapsed from relief. The EMTs jumped out, grabbing bags and equipment. They asked what happened, but I barely registered the words. We moved out of their way as they put an oxygen mask over her face, injecting something into her arm. I knew it was naloxone, the thing that reverses heroin overdoses if it's given in time. But looking at her, I just knew it was too late. Her eyes were still half open, staring at nothing. A second ambulance pulled up and more EMTs ran over. There were 6 of them now, working around her like a machine, each doing their job without hesitation. One was pumping her chest, another was pushing fluids into her veins, another was bagging her breaths. They lifted her onto a stretcher, strapping her down quickly, and kept working on her as they loaded her into the back. A police car pulled up and an officer got out, talking to the store manager. He walked over to me and the man who helped me pull her out. He told us they had given her the drug, but she was pretty much gone already. They would keep trying until they got to the hospital, but he said it like he'd said it 100 times before. I just nodded, not really feeling anything at that moment. My head felt hollow, like there was wind blowing straight through it. As the ambulances pulled away, I noticed her car door was still open. I walked over and looked inside. There were empty pill bottles rolling around on the floor, some prescription, some just vitamin bottles, probably filled with other stuff. There were a few dirty spoons, some burned black on the bottom. 2 heroin needles lay on the passenger seat, one still with a cap on it, the other broken. There was a car seat in the back, with a little stuffed bunny buckled into it. Beside it were a couple of Happy Meal toys, faded and chewed on at the edges. On her forearm, I saw tattoos of 2 names written in a looping script. I didn't read them out loud. I just stared at them until my eyes burned. I thought about her kids, if they were waiting for her somewhere, if they even knew where she was, if she had a mom or dad who were about to get a phone call that would rip their life apart. I thought about how she probably never thought she would die in a thrift store parking lot with strangers pressing down on her chest. I stood there for a long time after everyone else went back inside. The sun felt heavy on my shoulders, making my skin itch. I watched as a breeze picked up some wrappers in the parking lot and blew them against the curb. I watched as the oil stains on the pavement shimmered in the light, creating little rainbows that disappeared as the breeze moved them. Finally, I turned and went back into the store. My friends were sitting on the old floral couches near the lamps section, silent and pale. They looked at me when I walked in, but no one said anything. I went back to the dressing room and put the jerseys back on their hangers. My hands were still shaking. My chest felt tight, like something was stuck inside it. That night I lay in bed staring at the ceiling for hours. I kept seeing her eyes, half open with tears drying on her cheeks. I kept feeling her chest under my hands, the way her ribs gave under the pressure. I thought about how she probably woke up that morning thinking she'd get through another day, thinking she'd see her kids again. But she didn't. She just died, quietly, alone in her car, parked far away from everyone. For weeks after, I couldn't shake the smell of her car out of my nose. It followed me everywhere, mixing with the smell of my clothes and my room. I didn't tell my parents about it. I didn't want them to worry. I just kept going to class, kept studying, kept moving forward. But part of me stayed in that parking lot with her, kneeling on burning pavement, pressing down on her chest while her tears dried in the sun. That was the first time I ever did CPR, and the first time I learned that sometimes, even if you do everything right, my grandmother used to tell me this story so many times when I was young that I could hear her voice in my head, even after she was gone. I didn't really understand it back then, just thought it was one of her many old war stories. She would sit on her small kitchen chair by the window, sipping her weak tea, staring out at the street, and when she started speaking, her eyes always seemed to focus on something far away, something only she could see. I never interrupted her when she got like that. It was during the war in London. She was just a young woman then, only in her 20s, and my dad was a baby. The Germans were dropping bombs almost every night. The sirens became part of their life, just like breakfast or brushing your teeth. People carried on in the day, went to work, lined up for rations, knitted socks for soldiers, queued for the butcher, and then at night they'd sleep in fear or in the underground stations with strangers pressed up against them, praying they'd wake up to see the sunrise. Grandma had been bombed out of her own house. She didn't talk about that day much, just that it was gone in a flash. One minute she was feeding my dad in his high chair. The next minute half the street wasn't there anymore. She didn't know how she survived it, she used to say, and she'd pause for a long while after saying that, like the memory still tasted like iron in her mouth. A friend of hers, someone she knew from the church group, offered her a place to stay. It was a tall, narrow house, like many of the others, with dark green paint peeling off the windowsills and a small iron gate that squeaked when you opened it. The friend lived there with her husband and 2 grown sons, who were both away fighting at that time. They had a small extra room on the top floor, and that's where they set Grandma up with my dad. She used to say the stairs to that room were narrow and steep. The wood creaked badly, and you had to keep your hand on the banister to steady yourself. She had spent a few nights there already, but that particular evening, something felt off. She never used flowery words to describe her feelings, just said it felt wrong. My dad had been fussy that day. He was always a quiet baby, she said, never caused trouble, never cried much, even when he was hungry. But that day, he wouldn't settle. She held him all afternoon, pacing the tiny sitting room, bouncing him up and down on her hip while her friend cooked stew in the kitchen. The smell of potatoes and boiled beef had filled the house, but Grandma said it made her feel sick that day, like something heavy was pressing down on her stomach. She barely ate dinner, just pushed the food around her plate while my dad dozed off in her arms, exhausted from crying. When it was time to go up to bed, she said she felt cold, though it wasn't a cold evening. The blackout curtains were already drawn tight, and she picked my dad up from his little cot in the sitting room where he'd fallen asleep and started up the stairs. The steps creaked under her feet as usual, and she went slowly, careful not to wake him again. She could hear her friend moving dishes around in the kitchen downstairs, washing up before bed, and the faint sound of the wireless playing some music or news report. Grandma always paused at this part of the story. She'd look down at her hands, gnarled with arthritis, and rub them slowly, as if feeling the weight of my dad in her arms again. She said when she got to about the middle of the staircase, she saw someone standing on the landing above her. She never said it was a ghost. She never used words like spirit or angel. She just said someone. It was a figure. Tall, she said, but not towering. Slim but not thin. She couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, old or young. There were no clothes to describe, no hair or hat or shoes. It wasn't glowing or see-through. It was just there, like a shadow or a shape, blocking her way. She said it wasn't dark in color like a shadow, but it wasn't bright either. It was just there, solid and not solid at the same time. She couldn't see a face, but she felt that it was looking at her, or rather, looking at my dad in her arms. She said she felt her knees go weak. Her first thought was that it was an intruder, that somehow someone had broken in, though she couldn't understand how they'd get past her friend downstairs. But she didn't scream. She said she didn't feel fear in the way you feel fear when someone tries to mug you or chase you. It was different, heavy, silent. And then, she said, the figure raised its hand and pointed back down the stairs slowly, like it was showing her the way to go. She felt her chest tighten, and the hair on her neck stood up. She didn't hear any voice, no words in her ears, but in her head she just knew what it meant. Don't sleep in that room tonight. She stood frozen for a moment, staring at it, feeling her legs tremble. My dad stirred in her arms and whimpered, and that broke her from her trance. She turned right around and walked back down the stairs. She didn't run, she said. She walked as quickly and as steadily as she could, clutching my dad so tight against her chest that he let out a small cry of protest. When she reached the bottom step, she glanced back up, and the landing was empty. She walked into the sitting room, her knees shaking so badly she could hardly stand, and laid my dad down on the worn sofa. Her friend was in the kitchen, drying her hands on a dish towel, and gave her a puzzled look. Grandma just said they were sleeping downstairs tonight. She didn't explain. Her friend was annoyed, she said, because she'd already laid out the bed upstairs and put fresh water in the wash basin for Grandma to clean up. But she didn't argue for long. She just shrugged and went to finish tidying up. Grandma made up a small bed on the floor next to the sofa, using an old quilt she found folded over a chair, and she lay down there beside my dad. The floorboards were hard and the quilt thin, and she said every bone in her body ached that night. My dad fussed for a little while, but soon fell into a deep sleep, exhausted from his long day of crying. Grandma lay awake for hours, staring at the underside of the small table near the sofa, listening to the ticking of the clock on the mantel. Her body felt heavy, her chest tight, her breathing shallow. She didn't feel peaceful, she said. She felt tense, like the air was made of lead pressing down on her ribs. Outside, the sirens started up again. The low, mournful wail cut through the dark, echoing down the streets. She heard her friend moving about upstairs, probably going to bed herself, probably cursing the war and the sirens and the fact that she had a guest sleeping on her sitting room floor. Grandma didn't go to the shelter that night. The friend didn't have one in her own garden, and the nearest public shelter was a good walk away. The rule was to hide under the stairs or in the most solid part of the house if you couldn't get to a shelter in time. But she didn't move from her spot on the floor. She couldn't. Her legs felt like stone, and her arms were wrapped around my dad so tightly she thought she might crush him. The sound of distant explosions started soon after. The room shook a little, the way it always did when bombs fell close enough. Dust drifted down from the ceiling. The blackout curtains rippled from the slight draft coming through the old window frame. At some point, she must have drifted off to sleep, because the next thing she remembered was the sound of wood breaking, like 100 trees cracking in half all at once. The entire house shuddered. My dad woke up screaming, and she pulled him under the quilt, covering his little head with her hands, her body trembling. The noise seemed to go on forever. First the explosion itself, a deep, chest-rattling boom that felt like it came from inside the earth. Then the rain of debris, roof tiles smashing, wood splintering, glass shattering. When the noise finally stopped, the air was thick with dust. Her throat burned with it. She coughed hard and felt grit on her tongue. My dad was still crying, but she couldn't even hear his sobs properly over the ringing in her ears. She sat up slowly, her arms shaking, and tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The ceiling above her was cracked, long thin lines like a spiderweb spreading out across the plaster. Chunks of it had fallen onto the sofa, onto the quilt, onto the faded carpet. Her friend came running down the stairs, coughing, her hair wild around her face, eyes wide with fear. She was shouting something, but Grandma couldn't hear her properly. All she could hear was the ringing. Her friend grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the hallway. They stumbled out of the house together, Grandma clutching my dad so tightly he couldn't even cry anymore, just whimpered into her chest. Outside, the street was chaos. Neighbors were out, some half-dressed, some with blankets over their heads, staring up at the row of houses. Grandma turned to look back at the house they'd just come from. The roof over the top floor was gone. Just gone. Like someone had reached down from the sky and peeled it away. Bricks and roof tiles were scattered across the road. A wooden beam jutted out from the shattered window of the room she'd been staying in. She could see the edge of the bed frame, bent at a strange angle under the rubble. The cot, the little wooden cot, where she'd been putting my dad to sleep each night, was buried under broken bricks and heavy roof beams. If she had been up there that night, she knew neither of them would have come out alive. She said her legs gave out then, right there on the pavement, and she fell to her knees on the cold ground. She held my dad against her chest, and he started crying again, loud, desperate wails that seemed to echo off the broken houses and cracked pavement. Her friend knelt down beside her, putting an arm around her shoulders, shaking, sobbing, coughing from the dust and smoke. Other neighbors came over, some patting her back, some just standing there silently, staring at the destruction, their own faces gray with shock and exhaustion. That night, the wardens came down the street, checking for casualties, shining their torches into ruined houses, calling out names. There were other bombs that night, other streets that suffered worse, people who lost their entire families in seconds. But for Grandma, that was the night she believed something saved her. She never claimed it was God or an angel or a ghost. She just said it was something. Something that didn't want my dad. I still remember how the city smelled that night, like old hot concrete after a long summer day, mixed with rotting garbage. It was my first semester away from home, first time living anywhere that wasn't surrounded by cornfields and cattle fences. Back in the little town I grew up in, people left their doors unlocked, kids rode bikes until dark, and the worst thing that might happen at night was hitting a deer with your car. I didn't understand the city. I didn't understand the unspoken rules. I was 17, thought I was grown, thought I could handle anything. That Friday night, my roommate had gone to her boyfriend's apartment and left me alone in the dorm. I remember lying there on my little twin bed, listening to cars outside, feeling restless. I kept looking at the time, watching it creep past midnight. I was too wired to sleep. I had been at a friend's room earlier, just hanging out, listening to music, everyone drinking except me because I was still underage and paranoid about getting kicked out of school. At some point I left and decided to walk back alone, thinking it would clear my head. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just wanted to walk under the orange glow of the streetlights and feel free for a while. I didn't have a smartphone back then. I had a little flip phone that could call or text, but no maps. I thought I knew which way to go. I thought if I kept heading east, I'd hit the main street that led back to campus. But everything looked different at night. Shadows pooling in corners, long stretches of cracked sidewalks lit by nothing but moonlight. I remember my shoes crunching over broken glass here and there. I remember the way my chest felt tight when I walked past an alley and heard someone yelling deep in the dark. I started walking faster. After about 15 minutes, I realized I was in a bad area. I didn't know exactly where, but the buildings were older here, windows boarded up or covered with bars, streetlights busted out or flickering dimly like they might go out at any second. Trash was piled up along the curb, old fast food bags drifting in the warm breeze. There was graffiti everywhere. The only people I saw were standing on porches arguing, voices echoing sharp against brick walls. I tried not to look at anyone. I kept my head down, kept moving. I told myself I'd be fine. I'd just keep walking until I saw something familiar. It was around 1:30 in the morning. I remember because I checked my phone, thinking how stupid it was that I was out here at this hour alone. I tried to ignore the panic building in my throat. I didn't want to look scared. My dad always told me that animals can sense fear. I figured people probably could too. I was about to cross an intersection when I heard a car behind me, slow at first, then staying right at my pace. I felt my whole body go cold. I didn't want to look, but I had to. It was an old sedan, maybe navy blue or black, hard to tell in the dim light. The windows were down, and when I glanced over I saw 5 men packed inside. The one in the front passenger seat was leaning out the window a little, staring straight at me. None of them said anything. They just kept driving next to me, silent, moving along as I walked. I tried to keep walking like I hadn't noticed, but my legs felt like water. I thought about running, but where would I go? There was no one else on the street. All the houses looked dark. I was trapped out in the open under that broken streetlight, feeling like every step took more effort than the last. My backpack felt so heavy. My mouth was dry. I could hear my heart thudding in my ears. They kept pace with me for nearly an entire block. The whole time I didn't hear a single word from them, not even a laugh. Just silence and the low rumble of their engine. My eyes darted around, looking for any sign of life. Every house looked dead. No lights in windows, no movement behind curtains. I felt like I was in a nightmare where you scream, but no one hears. When we reached the next intersection, they turned left and pulled up, so they were directly in front of me, blocking the sidewalk. The driver killed the headlights, but kept the engine running. The men inside all turned to look at me. I stopped walking. My feet wouldn't move. My brain felt empty, just a bright flash of panic with no thoughts, no plan. I stood there staring at them, feeling so stupid and so young and so hopelessly small. I knew they could grab me before I took 3 steps. I knew if I ran they'd catch me. I remember feeling this heavy, crushing wave of regret. Regret that I'd left my dorm. Regret that I hadn't told my friend where I was going. Regret that I thought I was invincible. I don't know how long I stood there. Could have been a few seconds or a full minute. Time felt stretched thin. I was shaking. I felt tears prickling at the corners of my eyes, but I kept blinking hard, trying not to let them see me cry. Then out of nowhere, the porch light on the house just past the car flicked on. It was this blinding, yellow bulb that lit up the sidewalk and the front yard like daylight. A man stepped out onto the porch, carrying a big white trash bag. He didn't even look at me or the car at first. He just walked over to the side of his porch and tossed the bag into a trash can. The sound of the lid slamming shut felt louder than it should have been. The guys in the car didn't say anything. They didn't look at him. They just peeled out, the tires screeching a little as they pulled away down the street. I watched their taillights vanish into the dark. My knees went weak, and I started crying. Full-on sobbing, my shoulders shaking, snot running down my face. I couldn't even breathe right. I felt like my whole body was melting from relief and terror all at once. The man turned around then and saw me standing there. He paused, tilting his head like he wasn't sure what he was looking at. I tried to speak, to explain, but my words came out in these high-pitched gasps. He walked down the steps and came closer, and I just kept crying. My chest hurt. My hands were shaking so hard I had to grip my backpack straps to stop them. He didn't touch me. He just stood there, waiting, letting me cry until I could finally force words out. I told him, between gulps of air, what happened. How I was lost. How the car full of men had followed me. How I thought they were going to pull me inside. I probably sounded insane, but he didn't tell me to calm down or that I was overreacting. He just nodded slowly, like he understood every single word, like he'd seen it before. After a minute, he said he didn't feel right leaving me out here alone. He told me his roommate was inside and that I could come in for a minute to get myself together. I hesitated, but honestly, in that moment, he felt like the only safe person in the entire city. I followed him up the steps, my legs trembling so badly I nearly tripped. Inside it smelled like stale beer and takeout food. The living room was small, couch covered in old blankets, a TV playing some late-night comedy show with the volume low. His roommate was sitting on the floor with a notebook, scribbling something down, wearing sweatpants and a hoodie. He looked up and saw me, and his eyebrows shot up. The guy who saved me told him what happened. His roommate just shook his head, said something about how messed up people are these days. He got up and handed me a can of soda from their fridge. I drank it in big gulps, the cold bubbles burning down my throat. My hands left wet fingerprints on the metal. I sat there for a while, my whole body still shaking, my mind replaying the image of that car over and over again. Them sitting there in silence, watching me like I was nothing but a bug they could squash. I felt so stupid, so lucky. I kept thinking about what would have happened if that man hadn't come outside at that exact second. I knew what would have happened. I knew it deep in my chest, and it made me feel sick. Eventually, when I'd stopped crying, the two of them offered to walk me back to my dorm. It was almost a mile away, but they didn't care. We stepped back out into the night, the air cooler now, the streets quieter. They walked on either side of me, hands in their pockets, looking around like they were daring anyone to come near me again. As we walked, they told me they did stand-up comedy around the city, performing at little bars and clubs. They joked about how they probably saved me just to make sure I'd come see them perform someday. I laughed a little, my voice still hoarse from crying. I told them I wasn't old enough to get into bars yet, and they pretended to be shocked, said I looked 21 easy. I knew they were lying to make me feel better, but it worked. The tension in my chest loosened just a little. When we got to my dorm building, they waited until I was safely inside before waving and heading back down the sidewalk. I watched them go, feeling this ache in my throat. I didn't even know their names. I never saw them again. I wish I could tell them thank you now. I wish I could tell them how many nights I lay awake after that, thinking about how if he hadn't decided to take out his trash at 1:30 in the morning on a Saturday, my life might have ended or changed forever. I wish I could tell them that because of them, I learned to be more careful, to never assume I was invincible, to understand that being cautious isn't weakness, it's survival. I went back to my dorm room and sat on my bed in the dark for a long time that night. I didn't even take my shoes off. I just sat there listening to the faint hum of cars on the street outside, feeling the tears dry sticky on my cheeks, feeling my heart still pounding hard in my chest. Eventually, I lay down, curled up on top of the covers, and watched the faint glow of the streetlight outside my window shift across the ceiling as the hours passed. When morning came, I felt like a different person, like I'd left part of myself out there on that broken sidewalk in front of that idling car. The naive part that thought nothing bad could ever happen to me. The part that thought I'd always be safe just because I was young and thought I mattered too much to be hurt. Now, all these years later, I can still see those 5 faces in the car if I close my eyes. I can still hear the sound of their engine, low and steady, crawling alongside me. I can still feel the cold sweat down my back when they pulled up in front of me. I woke up earlier than usual that day because the summer heat made it impossible to keep sleeping. I rolled over and checked the time on my phone. It was just after 6 in the morning. My bedsheets were damp with sweat, and my shirt was stuck to my back. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling fan spinning lazily above me, feeling that tired heaviness in my arms and legs, but knowing there was no point in trying to sleep again. I pushed myself up, sat on the edge of my bed, rubbed my eyes, and listened to the silence of the house. My parents had left a few days ago to visit my uncle up north, so I had the house to myself for the week. I stood up and stretched, feeling my shoulder crack. The sun was already blazing through the thin curtains. I opened them halfway and squinted at the brightness. The street outside was empty, and the trees on the sidewalk stood still, leaves already drooping in the heat. I walked out of my room into the hallway, feeling the wooden floor warm under my bare feet. In the kitchen, I poured myself a glass of water from the jug in the fridge, chugged it down, and then leaned against the counter, staring at the messy sink. I left the glass there and went back to my room to get changed. I decided to go for a walk before the day got even hotter. I put on an old black t-shirt and some gray sweatpants, slid on my shoes, grabbed my phone and keys, and stepped out. The air outside was still cool compared to what it would be in a few hours. The street was quiet except for the sound of cicadas starting up in the trees. I walked down to the end of my block and then turned towards the park. I didn't really know why I was going there. I didn't have any plans. I just wanted to be out for a while. My house felt small and stale with no one in it. When I got to the park, there were only 2 other people there. One was an old man doing slow stretches near the benches. The other was a woman jogging around the path. I started walking along the dirt trail that led into the small patch of woods at the back of the park. I'd walked there many times as a kid. It wasn't a real forest, just a thin strip of trees with a couple of trails running through it. But when I was little, it felt huge. Back then, my friends and I used to run around in there, making forts out of fallen branches, pretending to be lost explorers. I walked deeper into the trees. The dirt was dry and dusty under my feet, and I could hear birds chirping somewhere high above. The sun came through the leaves in broken beams, lighting up patches of grass and roots. I kept walking, moving slowly, kicking little pebbles out of my way, breathing in the smell of dry leaves and dirt. After a while, I reached a part of the trail where the trees got thicker. The path here curved slightly to the left, and there was a small hill off to the side with some big rocks half buried in the dirt. I climbed up onto one of the rocks and sat down. I sat there for a long time, just staring at nothing. I watched a beetle crawling over the rock near my shoe. My mind felt blank, or maybe it just felt quiet. After a while, I stood up and decided to keep walking. I walked further down the trail until I came to the back fence. Beyond the fence was an open field with brown grass and weeds growing tall. It used to be an empty lot, but now someone was building a housing development there. I could see the half-built frames of houses in the distance, standing like skeletons against the sky. I turned around and started heading back the way I came. As I walked, I felt a sudden urge to go off the trail. I don't know why. Maybe I just felt bored of walking the same dirt path I'd walked 100 times. I stepped off into the trees, moving carefully over the roots and dry leaves. The ground here sloped slightly downwards, and I moved between the trees, ducking under low branches, stepping over fallen logs. The air smelled stronger here, damp and earthy, with rotting leaves and sap. After walking for a while, I came to a small dip in the ground. There was a tree that had fallen years ago, its roots sticking up like giant claws. I remembered this spot from when I was a kid. Back then, my friends and I called it the bunker because we would hide behind the roots and pretend it was a fort. I walked around the fallen tree, looking at how the roots were rotting now, covered in moss and little orange mushrooms. I crouched down and touched the wood. It felt soft under my fingers, damp and crumbly. I stood up again and kept walking. The trees here were closer together, and it was harder to move through them. I pushed branches aside as I went, feeling them scrape against my arms. After a while, I realized I didn't know exactly where I was anymore. I knew I wasn't far from the trail, but everything looked the same in every direction. I stopped walking and listened. I couldn't hear the cicadas anymore. I couldn't hear anything except the sound of my own breathing. I turned around to go back, but when I took a few steps, the ground under my right foot shifted suddenly. It felt like the dirt just crumbled away. My foot sank down, and before I could catch myself, I fell forward onto my hands and knees. I felt a sharp pain shoot up my shin. I sat back and looked down. My foot had gone into a hole hidden under dead leaves. I pulled it out and saw that the hole was about as wide as a dinner plate, maybe deeper than my arm. I felt a wave of panic rise in my chest. My leg hurt badly. I tried to stand up and felt pain shoot through my ankle. I sat back down hard, feeling tears come to my eyes. I wiped them away with the back of my hand and took a deep breath. I checked my phone for signal, but there were no bars. I tried to stand again, putting my weight on my left foot, and managed to get up. I leaned against a tree and tested my right foot. It hurt, but I could put a little weight on it if I kept most of it on my other leg. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. All the trees looked the same, and I couldn't see the trail through them. I tried to calm down. I knew the park wasn't huge. If I just kept walking straight in one direction, I would hit the fence or the trail eventually. I picked a direction that felt like it would lead me back and started walking, limping slightly, trying not to put too much pressure on my right foot. I moved slowly between the trees, sweat dripping down my back and forehead. The air felt hot and heavy. My shirt stuck to my skin, and I felt thirsty. After walking for what felt like forever, I came to a part of the woods where there were old rusted pieces of metal half buried in the dirt. They looked like parts of an old fence, or maybe an old barrel that someone had dumped there decades ago. I didn't remember seeing them before. I stopped and leaned against a tree, breathing hard. My ankle was throbbing. I felt a tightness in my chest that wasn't just from the pain. I felt a rising panic again, the kind that makes your breathing go fast and shallow. I closed my eyes and tried to slow my breathing. I knew I couldn't afford to panic. I opened my eyes and looked around. I spotted a thin animal trail leading off to the right, a narrow path pressed into the dirt by deer or coyotes. I decided to follow it. It curved around trees and went down a small slope. I followed it slowly, one step at a time, trying not to trip or twist my ankle worse than it already was. After a while, the trail curved again, and I saw something through the trees. Sunlight reflecting off metal. I moved closer and saw that it was the back fence of the park. Relief flooded through me so fast it made me dizzy. I moved as quickly as I could towards it, grabbing branches for balance. When I reached the fence, I grabbed the top and leaned my forehead against the metal, breathing hard. I felt a little like crying again, but I didn't. I rested there for a minute, then limped along the fence until I found a spot where the ground was higher on one side, making it easier to climb over. I climbed slowly, careful not to hurt my foot again. When I got to the other side, I found myself at the edge of the construction site. The ground here was rough and full of tire tracks from heavy machinery. I limped through it until I reached the paved road that led back to the park. The sun was high in the sky now, beating down on my head. I walked slowly down the road, feeling lightheaded, thirsty, and exhausted. My ankle felt swollen inside my shoe. When I got to the park, I sat down on a bench near the playground. There were a few kids playing on the swings, their parents sitting on the grass nearby. I sat there for a long time, staring at the ground, feeling my ankle throb and my shirt stick to my back. After a while, I stood up and started limping home. Each step sent a sharp pain up my leg, but I kept going. The walk home felt like it took hours. When I finally reached my street, I could see my house at the end, white paint shining in the sun. I walked up the driveway, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The cool air inside felt like heaven. I closed the door behind me, dropped my keys on the table, and sank down onto the floor. I sat there for a long time, leaning against the wall, feeling my heart slowing down and my breathing evening out. Eventually, I stood up and limped to the kitchen. I poured myself a glass of water and drank it all in one go. Then I took off my shoe and sock and looked at my ankle. It was swollen and purple. I knew I should probably go to the hospital to get it checked out, but I didn't want to move. I just sat there at the kitchen table, staring out the window at the empty street, feeling the pain throbbing in my foot and the sweat drying cold on my skin. That night, I lay in bed with my ankle propped up on a pillow. I stared at the ceiling fan spinning above me, thinking about how easy it is to get lost in places you thought you knew. I thought about how quickly something normal can turn into something dangerous. I lay there for a long time, feeling the pain in my foot, listening to the silence of the empty house, feeling so tired I couldn't even close my eyes. When I woke up the next morning, the pain was worse. My ankle was stiff and felt like it was burning under the skin. I called a taxi and went to the hospital. They told me it was a bad sprain, not a break, but it would take weeks to heal. They wrapped it up tight and I woke up before the sun came up. The sky outside my window still a dull navy blue that looked almost black. My phone buzzed next to my pillow, the alarm vibrating hard enough to rattle the cheap plastic case. I turned it off and sat up slowly. The air in my room felt cold. I could see my breath as I exhaled. I sat on the edge of my mattress for a minute, rubbing my face with my hands to try and wake myself up properly. My eyes burned. I hadn't slept properly for the last few nights, maybe 4 or 5 hours each night if I was lucky. Work had been brutal lately, leaving me feeling drained and shaky by the time I got home each day. But today was Saturday. I didn't have work. Instead, I was planning to hike out to the old quarry a few miles from my place. I had been there once before with some friends back when I first moved to this town. That was almost 8 years ago now. I remembered there was a trail that looped through the woods and came out at the edge of the quarry, giving a clear view down into the empty pit. People used to swim there back when it was filled with rainwater, but now it was mostly dry with just a stagnant pool of dark green water at the bottom. I didn't plan to swim, obviously. I just wanted to go there to clear my head for a while, away from the noise of traffic and the glow of my phone screen and the constant feeling that something was rotting in my chest. That feeling I couldn't name, but could never shake. I dressed in old jeans and a heavy hoodie, pulling a beanie down over my ears to keep out the chill. I grabbed my backpack and filled it with a metal water bottle, a few granola bars, and my folding knife. I always brought the knife when I hiked, just in case I needed to cut rope or dig out a splinter or feel safer against stray dogs. I locked up my place, walked down the cracked sidewalk, and got in my car. The drive out to the trailhead was quiet. The sky slowly brightened from dark navy to purple to pinkish orange. The roads were empty. Rows of small houses passed by, their windows dark and curtains drawn. Nobody else was up this early except for the occasional jogger in reflective stripes, their breath steaming in front of them as they moved along the sidewalks. When I reached the trailhead parking lot, there were no other cars there. I parked near the entrance, shut off the engine, and listened to the ticking of the cooling metal under the hood. I sat there for a while, staring out at the trees. They stood tall and silent, branches bare. Most of their leaves had fallen already, leaving only the stubborn brown ones clinging to the upper branches. I took a deep breath, grabbed my bag, and got out of the car. I locked it behind me and started up the trail. The path was narrow, covered in fallen leaves that crunched under my boots. The smell of wet dirt and decaying leaves filled my nose. It was cold enough that I could see my breath with every step. The trail sloped gently upwards, weaving between the trees. I kept my head down, watching where I stepped, trying not to slip on wet leaves or step in the shallow puddles hidden under them. After about half an hour of steady walking, the path leveled out and opened into a small clearing. There was a rotting wooden bench off to the side, half covered in moss. I sat down on it for a moment to catch my breath, my thighs burning from the climb. I pulled out my water bottle and took a long drink. The water was cold and tasted like metal, but it felt good going down. I capped it and put it back in my bag. The woods were silent. I could hear a few birds somewhere in the distance, but not close. The air felt still and heavy, like it was pressing down on me. I sat there for a long time, just listening to the silence, feeling my heart slow down to a steady thump against my ribs. After a while, I stood up and kept walking. The trail curved left, and I followed it without thinking. My boots sank into soft mud at some spots, leaving deep prints behind me. I liked that, seeing proof that I was here, that I existed. I walked for another hour, maybe longer, time slipping away without me noticing. The trees eventually thinned out, and the land opened into the edge of the quarry. I stepped out from the cover of the trees and stood near the edge, looking down into the pit. The walls dropped away steeply, layers of exposed rock forming stripes of brown, gray, and orange down to the bottom. There was a pool of water in the lowest part, dark green and still, with a thin layer of scum floating on it. Broken pieces of old machinery and concrete slabs lay scattered along the bottom, half submerged in the murky water. Rusted metal pipes jutted out from the walls in random places, dripping water down the rock face in thin streams. I stood there for a long time, staring down into it. The sun was higher now, casting long shadows across the pit. The air felt colder here, the wind coming off the water and up the walls to where I stood. I pulled my hoodie tighter around myself and sat down on a flat rock near the edge. I pulled out a granola bar and ate it slowly, tasting the dry sweetness, feeling the crumbs stick to the corners of my mouth. I washed it down with water and then just sat there, staring down at the silent pool far below. After a while I stood up. I felt stiff from sitting in the cold. My knees popped as I straightened my legs. I slung my bag back over my shoulder and turned to leave. But something caught my eye. Across the pit, near the far edge, I saw movement. I froze, staring. For a moment I thought it was an animal, a dog or a deer maybe. But as I squinted I realized it was a person. They were standing on the opposite edge, half hidden behind a thin tree. They weren't moving much, just standing there. I felt a prickle of unease in my chest. I looked around me. The quarry was empty except for me and whoever that was across the pit. I tried to see what they were doing. They were wearing dark clothes, a jacket and jeans maybe, but I couldn't make out any details from this distance. They stood there, staring down into the quarry, not looking at me. At least I didn't think they were. I watched them for a while, waiting to see if they would move on or walk away, but they didn't. They just stood there. I felt a tightness in my stomach, a low throb of anxiety starting to spread out to my chest and arms. I didn't know why. It was probably just another hiker like me, out here early to get some air and clear their head. But something about how still they were made my skin crawl. I decided to leave. I turned back toward the trail, putting them out of sight, and started walking quickly back into the trees. The air felt colder now, like a chill had sunk into my bones. I tried to shake it off as I walked, telling myself over and over that it was nothing, just another person like me. But I kept thinking about how still they had been, not checking their phone, not pacing or looking around, just standing there. I walked fast, my boots crunching the leaves and twigs underfoot, my breath coming out in white clouds. I didn't look back. The trail felt different on the way back. It felt darker somehow, even though the sun was higher in the sky now. The trees pressed in closer on both sides. My shoulders were tense, pulled up near my ears as I walked. About half an hour down the trail, I heard something behind me. A faint sound, like footsteps crunching leaves. I froze, standing still. I turned my head slowly, listening. Silence. Just the wind through the bare branches above me. I started walking again, faster this time, my heart thumping hard in my chest. A minute later, I heard it again. Crunch, crunch, faint but clear. I stopped again. Silence. I didn't turn around this time. I just started walking faster. My hands were shaking now. I shoved them into the front pocket of my hoodie to keep them warm. I didn't want to run. I didn't want to make noise. But I couldn't stop myself from speeding up until I was half jogging down the trail, boots slipping on wet leaves, branches whipping at my arms as I brushed past them. The footsteps behind me got louder. Whoever it was, they were closer now. I could hear them clearly. Crunch, 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 steady and unhurried, like they were just walking normally, but somehow still keeping up with me even though I was almost running. My chest burned with each breath. Sweat was running down my back despite the cold air. I could see the clearing up ahead where the rotting bench sat. I ran straight through it without stopping. My backpack bounced against my spine with each step, the knife inside clacking against my water bottle. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see who was behind me. I just kept running. My thighs burned. My lungs felt like they were tearing apart with each ragged breath. But I kept going. The trail sloped down now, making it easier to run but harder to control my speed. My boots slipped on the wet leaves, but I caught myself each time before falling. I could hear the footsteps behind me, matching my pace easily. Crunch, 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 never speeding up, never slowing down, just steady. Finally, I saw the end of the trail up ahead, where it opened into the parking lot. My car sat there, the only one in the lot. I sprinted the last stretch, my boots slamming the ground hard enough to send pain shooting up into my knees. I burst out of the trees into the open lot, breathing hard, almost choking on the cold air. I spun around, looking back down the trail. There was no one there. The trees were silent. The trail was empty. My chest heaved with each breath, my vision blurry from tears I hadn't realized were falling. I stood there for a long time, staring at the tree line, waiting to see if they would appear. But no one did. I walked to my car, my legs trembling so badly I almost fell over. I unlocked it with shaking hands, threw my bag into the passenger seat, and climbed in. I locked the doors immediately and sat there gripping the steering wheel, my knuckles white, my body shaking all over. I didn't leave for a long time. I just sat there, staring out at the empty trail, waiting. Eventually I started the engine. The sound of it roared in my ears, drowning out the I woke up that morning feeling restless. My phone was buzzing with random notifications, but I ignored them. pushing the blanket away and getting up from bed. I felt this odd sense of unease deep in my chest, like something was off, but I couldn't place what it was. I got dressed in my old gray hoodie and black track pants, pulled on my worn running shoes, and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge. The sun was just coming up, a soft orange glow spreading across the sky, and I thought maybe a walk would help settle the feeling inside me. I locked the front door behind me and started down the street. It was quiet, too quiet for my liking. Even the birds weren't making noise yet. The only sound was my shoes scraping along the sidewalk as I headed towards the small trail at the edge of town. This trail wasn't very popular, mostly used by older people for morning walks, or by teenagers cutting through to get to the other side of town faster. It had always felt peaceful to me, lined with tall, thin trees and small bushes growing close to the path. I had been on it hundreds of times before and never felt unsafe there, but that morning was different. As I stepped onto the trail, I noticed the ground was still damp from rain during the night. The smell of wet earth filled my nose. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. My steps were slow at first, feeling out the cold morning air. I could see my breath coming out in white clouds. The trees stood still, their bare branches reaching upwards. My hands were shoved deep in my hoodie pocket, gripping my phone tightly even though I wasn't looking at it. The path curved gently left and right, and each time I rounded a bend, I felt that same odd heaviness in my chest. I walked for about 10 minutes before I realized something. There were no other people on the trail. Normally, I would see at least one or two people walking their dogs or jogging past me, but there was no one, not even far ahead. The only sound was my footsteps and my breathing. I stopped walking for a second and listened carefully, hoping to hear birds or rustling in the bushes, anything to make it feel less empty. But there was nothing, just silence. I kept walking anyway, forcing myself to keep moving forward. I told myself I was just overthinking things. Maybe everyone was sleeping in today. Maybe it was too cold for people to come out this early. My mind was trying to find reasons to ignore the unease building inside me, but my body felt tense, like it was ready to run at any second. After about 20 more minutes of walking, I came to the old wooden bridge that crossed a narrow stream. The bridge was short, only a few steps to get across, but as I stepped onto it, I heard a creak under my feet. The noise echoed in the quiet. I stopped in the middle of the bridge and looked down at the water below. It was clear, with a few dead leaves floating by, moving slowly with the current. I stared at it for a while, letting my mind go blank. The feeling in my chest was stronger now, like something was about to happen. I heard a sound behind me, a rustling on the path. My heart jumped in my chest. I turned quickly to look, but there was nothing there. The path behind me was empty. The trees stood still, the bushes weren't moving. I told myself it was probably a squirrel or a bird hopping through the leaves. I forced myself to turn back around and keep walking. Once I crossed the bridge, the path started to slope upwards slightly. It wasn't steep, but enough to make my legs feel the burn after a while. I pushed on, my steps faster now because I wanted to get this walk over with. The air felt colder as I climbed. I noticed a thin layer of frost on the grass beside the trail, glittering in the early sunlight. I reached out and touched a frozen leaf, feeling its edges crack under my fingers. Then I heard the noise again, behind me, louder this time. It was like someone stepped on a stick and broke it in half. My body tensed up instantly. I turned around so fast that I almost tripped. My eyes scanned the entire path behind me. Nothing. No movement, no animals, no people. I was breathing hard now, trying to calm down. I told myself again it was probably an animal, but deep down I didn't believe it. Something felt wrong. The air felt heavy and thick. I could feel my pulse in my neck. I started walking again, but this time my pace was faster. I wasn't trying to enjoy the walk anymore. I just wanted to get out of there. The path curved to the right, and I followed it, my eyes scanning every bush and tree trunk as I moved. I kept hearing small noises behind me, crunching leaves, snapping twigs, faint rustling. Every time I turned to look, there was nothing. But the noises kept happening, like something was following me, but hiding whenever I looked back. After a while, I reached a part of the trail where the trees grew closer together, their branches almost touching overhead. It was darker here, the sun not yet strong enough to break through the canopy. I could hear my footsteps echoing off the trees, and every sound I made seemed louder in the quiet. My chest felt tight with fear, but I kept moving. I had to. Stopping would only make it worse. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Real footsteps, heavy ones, crunching the gravel path. They were close. I didn't even think. I started running as fast as I could. My shoes pounded against the dirt path, my breath coming in sharp gasps. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. I just ran, my arms pumping at my sides, my heart slamming in my chest so hard I thought it might burst. I ran until my legs burned, and my throat felt raw from breathing in the cold air. Finally, I reached the end of the trail, where it opened up onto the street. I burst out onto the sidewalk and stopped, bending over and bracing my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. My entire body was shaking. I forced myself to stand up straight and turned around to look back at the trail. It was empty, completely empty. No one was there. No sounds, no movement. Just silent trees and the empty path. I stood there for a long time, my breath coming out in foggy bursts. I felt exposed standing on the street, like whatever had been following me was still in those trees, just out of sight, watching me. My whole body felt cold, not from the air but from fear crawling through my veins. I turned away from the trail and started walking home. My steps were slow and unsteady at first, but once I got further away from the trees, I started to calm down a little. When I reached my street, I felt safer, but the feeling of being watched never left me. Even when I walked up to my house and unlocked the door, I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone there. I shut the door quickly behind me and locked it. I stood in the hallway for a long time listening. The house was silent, but it felt like the silence outside had followed me in. I went to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water. My hands were shaking so badly that I spilled some on the counter. I drank it all in one go, my throat still burning from the cold air. I set the glass down and leaned against the counter, trying to calm my breathing. I kept thinking about those footsteps behind me. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, not like an animal or a bird. They sounded human, like someone was following me, getting closer each time I slowed down. I spent the rest of the day feeling restless and paranoid. Every time I passed by a window, I looked outside, expecting to see someone standing there. I closed all the blinds in the house and locked every door, even though it was still daytime. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, waiting. That night, I barely slept. Every noise in the house made my eyes snap open. The creaking pipes, the ticking clock, the wind brushing against the window. Each sound felt like footsteps coming closer. I lay there under my blanket, staring at the ceiling, my ears straining to hear anything out of place. In the morning, I felt exhausted. My eyes were burning, and my head felt heavy. I knew I couldn't stay in the house all day again, so I forced myself to get up and get dressed. But I didn't go back to that trail. I took a different route through town, sticking to streets with lots of people and cars passing by. Even then, I felt that same heaviness in my chest, like someone was following me just out of sight. Days passed, but the feeling never went away completely. Every time I walked outside alone, I felt those footsteps behind me, just like on the trail. Sometimes I would hear noises at night, faint rustling outside my window or small thumps on the porch. Every time I looked, there was nothing there, but I knew something was watching me. A week later, I decided to go back to the trail. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know what it was, if anything. I waited until mid-morning, hoping there would be other people around. When I got there, I saw two older women walking together with their small dogs. I felt a bit relieved seeing them. I started walking along the trail, my eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. When I reached the wooden bridge, I stopped and looked around. The water flowed quietly below. The air was cool and fresh. I stood there for a long time listening. No footsteps, no rustling, no noises at all. Just silence. I crossed the bridge and kept walking, each step feeling heavier than the last. My breathing was shallow and fast. As I reached the part where the trees grew close together, I stopped again. I stared down the path, half expecting to see someone standing there waiting for me. But it was empty. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow and steady, coming from behind me. My body froze. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My chest felt so tight I could barely breathe. The footsteps stopped a few meters behind me. I stood there for what felt like hours, my whole body shaking. Then I forced myself to turn around. There was no one there. The path was empty. The trees were still. The air felt cold against my skin. I felt tears filling my eyes, my body trembling so hard my knees felt weak. I started walking. I woke up around 4 a.m., and the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was outside. I couldn't hear the usual distant hum of cars from the highway a few miles away, or even the wind brushing against the side of the house. It was so silent that I could hear the ringing in my own ears. I lay in bed for a while, staring up at the dark ceiling, trying to figure out why I had woken up so early on a Saturday. I didn't have work. I didn't have any errands to run. I was supposed to sleep in, but my body just felt restless. Eventually I sat up and rubbed my eyes, still listening to the quiet. I stood up and walked over to the window that overlooked the backyard. The sky was still dark, but I could see the outline of the trees in the field behind my yard. There was no moon that night, only a few faint stars, and the air looked heavy with mist. I noticed the sensor light on the back porch flick on suddenly, flooding the patch of grass near the steps with pale yellow light. My heart jumped for a second. I didn't see anything moving, but I waited for a while just to make sure. After about a minute, the light clicked off again. I walked to the bathroom, washed my face, and decided to make some coffee. The kitchen felt cold when I stepped in. I switched on the dim counter light and started the coffee machine. As it gurgled and sputtered, I stood by the back door, staring out the small window in the top half. The sensor light clicked on again. This time, I pressed my face closer to the glass, squinting at the porch. The steps were empty, and the grass was empty. I scanned the trees and the edge of the yard but saw nothing. The light turned off after a while. My coffee finished brewing. I poured it and sat at the kitchen table. I felt an uneasy feeling sitting there in the silent house with the dark yard beyond the window. I thought about putting on some TV or scrolling my phone to distract myself, but I just sat, sipping the hot coffee slowly. After about 10 minutes, the sensor light clicked on again. I felt my chest tighten. I stood up quickly and stepped closer to the door window, staring out. The steps were still empty, but this time I noticed movement in the grass near the tree line. It was subtle, like the grass shifting or something low moving along the ground. I pressed my forehead against the glass, trying to see better. The grass stopped moving. The light stayed on for a bit, and then went off. I stood there, holding my coffee cup, feeling my hands start to sweat around the warm ceramic. I waited for the light to click on again, but it didn't. I walked back to the table and sat down, taking a few slow breaths. I felt stupid getting nervous over a sensor light. It could be a rabbit or a stray cat. I drank the rest of my coffee and decided to go outside and check. I put on my old boots that I keep by the door and pulled on a sweatshirt. I didn't bother turning on the porch light. I wanted to see if anything was moving around out there without scaring it off. When I stepped out, the air was cold and heavy. I could see my breath in the dim glow of the street light way out front by the road. I walked down the porch steps slowly, feeling the boards creak under my feet. I paused at the bottom, looking around the yard. Everything looked normal, except I noticed that some of the grass near the trees looked flattened, like something had been laying there or crawling through it repeatedly. I stepped off the bottom step and walked towards it. The ground was damp with dew, and I could feel it soaking into the toes of my socks where my boots were split open from age. As I got closer to the flattened grass, I noticed a smell in the air. It wasn't strong, but it was there, like rotting leaves mixed with something sour. I stopped a few feet away from the spot and just stared at it. The grass was pushed down in a long trail that led towards the trees. I looked at the trees for a while. They stood silent and dark, the thick mist curling around their trunks. I didn't hear any animals, no birds, no bugs. Just that deep, ringing silence in my ears. I turned around and walked back to the house. I felt like I was being watched the whole time, and I tried not to look over my shoulder. When I got inside, I locked the door and stood there for a moment listening. The house felt warmer instantly, and I could smell the leftover coffee. I walked to the living room and sat on the couch, still wearing my boots. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees, and stared at the floor for a while. I don't know how long I sat there before I heard the sensor light click on again. I felt my skin crawl all over my body. I stood up and walked to the back door window, moving slowly. When I looked out this time, I saw movement immediately. Something was at the bottom of the steps, but it wasn't an animal. It looked like a person crouching low, with their hands pressed to the ground. My heart started beating, so fast I felt dizzy. I squinted at it through the window, trying to see better. It wasn't moving, just crouching there, facing the steps. I backed away from the window slowly. My brain was racing with thoughts. I didn't have any weapons in the house, except for a baseball bat in the bedroom closet. I walked as quietly as I could through the living room and down the hall. My boots made soft scraping sounds on the floor. I opened the closet and grabbed the bat, gripping it so tight that my knuckles went white. I stood there in the hallway, listening. I heard the sensor light click off. Then I heard a soft scraping sound outside the back door, like something heavy dragging against the steps. I walked back to the kitchen door and peeked out the window again. The porch was empty. The yard was empty. I stood there, breathing hard, my chest hurting from how fast my heart was pounding. I waited and watched. After a minute or two, the light clicked on again. I saw movement at the edge of the yard near the trees. It was that same figure, crouched low, moving along the grass slowly towards the house again. It moved in this awkward, hunched way, almost like crawling but with its back arched high. I felt like my body was frozen. I couldn't move. I just stood there watching it creep closer. It stopped halfway across the yard and turned its head towards the house. Even though it was too dark to see clearly, I could feel its eyes looking right at me through the glass. My stomach turned, and I felt like I was going to throw up. I stepped back from the window and held the bat tighter. I didn't know what to do. If I called the cops, it would take them at least 20 minutes to get out here. I lived in a rural area, down a gravel road, and it was still before dawn. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, waiting for the light to turn off again. When it finally did, I heard the boards on the porch creak softly. I held my breath. I could hear something moving around on the steps, like it was shifting its weight back and forth. I raised the bat and took a step back from the door. My hands were sweating so badly, the bat almost slipped from my grip. I waited there for what felt like forever. Eventually, I didn't hear any more movement. When the sun started coming up around 5:30, the sensor light clicked off and stayed off. I walked to the front room and looked out the window towards the driveway and road. Everything was still and empty. I went back to the kitchen, unlocked the back door, and stepped out onto the porch. The cold morning air hit me like ice. I walked down the steps slowly, looking at the grass. The flattened trail was still there, leading all the way to the trees. I followed it with my eyes and scanned the tree line, but nothing was there. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat at the table with my head in my hands. I didn't know what to think. I felt exhausted, like I hadn't slept at all. I sat there for an hour, just listening to the morning sounds come back to life outside. Birds started chirping. I could hear a car in the distance. The normal world returned as the sun rose higher, filling the kitchen with dim, yellow light. When I finally got up, I put my boots back on and walked outside again. I decided to follow the flattened trail into the trees. My heart was racing as I stepped off the grass and into the cool shadows. The ground felt soft and damp under my boots. I kept following the trail, ducking under low branches and stepping over fallen logs. The smell of rotting leaves and damp earth was strong here. The trail went deeper into the trees than I expected. It felt like I was walking for 20 minutes before I saw something up ahead. At first I thought it was a pile of fallen branches, but as I got closer I saw it was an old camping tent, collapsed and half covered in leaves and dirt. The fabric was rotting away, and the metal poles were bent and broken. I walked around it slowly. The ground around the tent was flattened, and I could see old footprints in the dirt, some deep and wide, others shallow. I felt a shiver go through me. I knelt down and pulled back the flap of the tent. Inside was a mess of old blankets, crushed food wrappers, and plastic bottles, all soaked and dirty. It smelled like mold and old sweat. I stood up and backed away from the tent. I scanned the woods around me. Everything was quiet. The birds had stopped singing again. I felt exposed standing there, like something was watching me from the trees. I turned around and started walking back along the trail towards my house. My chest felt tight the whole way, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. When I finally stepped out of the trees and saw my yard again, I felt some relief, but my stomach still felt heavy with dread. I walked up the porch steps and into the house, locking the door behind me. I sat at the kitchen table again, staring out at the trees. All day I felt on edge, waiting to see the sensor light click on again. But it didn't. Even that night, as I sat in the living room with all the lights on, the sensor light stayed off. Part of me felt relieved, but another part felt even worse. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in bed with the bat across my lap, staring at the dark window until the sun came up again. For the next week, nothing happened. The sensor light never clicked on by itself. Every time I looked out at the trees, I didn't see anything, but I still felt that feeling, like eyes watching me from the shadows beyond the yard. I woke up before my alarm that morning, feeling a bit heavy in the chest like I hadn't slept well. I remember staring at the ceiling, watching the shadows slowly fade as the early morning light came in through the thin curtains. My back hurt a little because I had fallen asleep on the couch again. The TV was still on with its volume turned down to almost nothing, just flickering lights across the room. My phone battery was nearly dead, but I plugged it in and got up to wash my face. I stood there for a while, splashing cold water over my cheeks, trying to wake myself up properly. I felt tired in a way that made my bones ache. I kept thinking about the long drive ahead that day. My boss had called me late the previous evening to tell me I needed to pick up a shipment from a small rural warehouse about 2.5 hours away. I didn't like driving that far alone, but there was no other option. I made some tea and packed leftover roti rolls into a container, then grabbed my backpack and headed out. The streets were still empty. It was that blue-gray time of morning where streetlights were turning off, but the sun wasn't up yet. I got into my car and sat for a moment, just breathing in the cold air before turning the key. The engine coughed a few times before starting properly. I reversed out of the narrow driveway, careful not to scrape the side wall, and started driving towards the highway. After about 45 minutes, the sun was rising fully behind me. I watched it in the rearview mirror. Traffic was light. I turned off onto a smaller road that led towards the fields and small villages. And then after about 30 minutes more, I took another turn onto an even smaller road, cracked and patched in places, with narrow dirt shoulders on either side. This was the area where the warehouse was located, next to an old dried-up canal. I reached the place just before 8 a.m. The warehouse was nothing impressive, just a long concrete building with rusted tin sheets making up part of the roof. The gates were half open. I pulled in and parked under a small neem tree near the front. Birds were chattering in it loudly, and the ground under the tree was full of fallen twigs. I grabbed my delivery papers and went to the office section to sign in. By 9 a.m., I had loaded everything into my car. It was only small packages this time, so it didn't take long. I had a tea there with the warehouse guard, who was an old man with a white beard and sunken eyes. He told me the weather forecast said there might be strong winds today. I nodded politely, finished my tea, and left. On the way back, I decided to take a different route. Google Maps showed a shortcut through some farming villages that would save me around 20 minutes. I turned off onto a narrow paved road, then onto an even smaller broken road. Soon there were only fields on either side, small irrigation channels running beside the road, and in the distance I could see some houses with smoke rising from kitchen fires. I kept driving for about 20 minutes more. The road was so narrow that grass was brushing against both sides of the car. There were patches where the cement had completely broken, leaving hard-packed dirt full of potholes. I drove slowly through them, not wanting to damage my tires. After another 10 minutes, the road curved sharply left and dipped down a small slope into a grove of large trees. The trees looked old, thick-trunked, with their branches bending low, almost covering the road like a green tunnel. As soon as I entered the shade, the temperature dropped. The sun was blocked out completely, and the light turned dim and greenish. I slowed down even more, rolling down my window a little to feel the air. It smelled of damp earth and rotting leaves. The ground was littered with fallen branches, and I could hear birds up above making sharp cries. I felt uneasy for some reason. The place was silent except for those distant bird sounds. No people, no cows grazing, no movement in the undergrowth. The road continued for a while under that tree tunnel. It curved again, and I saw that it dipped down further, almost like a small valley. As I was driving down into that dip, I felt my phone vibrating on the seat next to me. I glanced down and saw it was a notification from the bank. When I looked back up, I saw something in the middle of the road up ahead. I braked hard. The car jolted to a stop, and the packages in the back seat shifted forward, hitting the seats with a thump. In front of me, not more than 15 feet away, was a motorcycle lying on its side. It looked old and rusty, as if it had been there for years, but at the same time the tires still had air. It was blocking most of the road. I sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel, trying to think. I didn't want to get out. I looked around through the windows, but saw nothing except thick tree trunks and bushes. The road ahead curved again after about 20 meters, and I couldn't see beyond that. I thought about reversing out of there, but it would be very difficult because the road was narrow with a ditch on one side. I put the car into park and left the engine running. I opened the door and stepped out slowly. The ground felt cold under my shoes. I walked towards the motorcycle. It was an old Honda CD70, red paint peeling away, but it didn't look damaged from an accident. The kickstand wasn't down. It was just lying on its side, like someone had dropped it there carelessly. I looked around again. The trees were silent now. Even the birds had stopped calling. I felt a tightness in my chest that made it hard to breathe properly. I bent down and grabbed the handlebars, lifting the bike upright. It was lighter than I expected. I pushed it to the side of the road so my car could pass. As I set it down on the stand, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. There was no dust under the tires. The bike hadn't been there long at all. If it had been lying there for days, there would have been leaves and dust stuck to the tire rubber, but it was clean. I stood there for a while, feeling my heart beating against my ribs so hard it almost hurt. I kept scanning the trees, expecting someone to step out any moment, but there was nothing. No sound, no movement, just the smell of wet earth. I quickly walked back to my car, got in, and locked the doors. My hands were shaking slightly as I put it in drive and moved forward. As I passed the bike, I kept my eyes ahead, not wanting to look at it again. The road curved around to the right, then sloped upwards out of the grove. I pressed down harder on the accelerator, desperate to get back into open sunlight. The trees thinned out slowly until I came to a small flat clearing where the road split into two. I stopped there to check the map again. My phone had no signal. I sat there, staring at the screen, feeling sweat run down the back of my neck despite the cool air from the AC. I turned it off and listened carefully. The place was dead silent. Even in remote villages, there are always sounds, kids playing, dogs barking, roosters crowing, but here there was nothing, just wind rustling high up in the trees. I chose the road that seemed more used, with fewer weeds growing along the edges, and started driving again. After about 15 minutes, I came out into an open farming area. Fields of maize and millet stretched on both sides. I felt a bit calmer seeing the open sky again. Up ahead, I saw a small brick house with a blue metal door. I slowed down, thinking of asking for directions, but then I saw that the windows were boarded up. Grass was growing tall all around it, and the yard was littered with broken clay pots. It looked abandoned. I drove on, feeling more and more uneasy. The road narrowed again and became bumpy with broken cement patches. There were tire marks here and there in the dirt, so vehicles clearly used it, but I hadn't seen a single person for miles. No farmers working in the fields, no goats grazing along the roadside, nothing. About 10 minutes later, I saw something lying across the road again. This time it was a long, thick tree branch, almost like a small trunk. It didn't look like it had fallen naturally. It was placed deliberately, straight across the narrow road, blocking the entire way forward. I braked hard again, feeling a wave of anger rising up through the fear. I didn't want to get out of the car, but there was no choice. I stepped out quickly, leaving the engine running, and walked towards the branch. It was heavy. I bent down and grabbed one end, dragging it slowly towards the side. The dry leaves scraped against the road loudly in the silent morning. As I dragged it, I kept looking back at the car, half expecting someone to jump out from the trees and take it, but there was no one. Once the branch was mostly out of the way, I ran back and got into the driver's seat, locking the doors immediately. My hands were trembling again. I put it in drive and rolled forward, the tires crunching over fallen twigs. My heart was racing so fast it made me feel dizzy. I could hear my own breathing, loud and ragged in the quiet car. After another 15 minutes of driving through the same deserted fields, I finally saw movement up ahead. Two men were standing next to a donkey cart, loading something from the field into sacks. Relief flooded through me so strongly I almost cried. I slowed down and rolled down the window slightly as I approached, but I didn't stop. I just nodded to them and kept driving, desperate to get back to a main road. A few minutes later, I saw the highway in the distance, lined with trucks and cars. I almost shouted in relief. I pressed the accelerator and drove straight onto it, merging with the traffic, feeling my body trembling all over with leftover fear. I didn't stop until I reached a petrol station about 30 kilometers later. I parked under the shade and just sat there with the engine off, feeling completely drained. My shirt was soaked with sweat, and my mouth felt dry like paper. I drank half a bottle of water in one go, trying to calm down. I thought about what had happened. The motorcycle lying there, so clean, so new despite looking old, placed in the middle of an empty grove where no one was around. The tree branch laid down perfectly to block the road. The silent fields with not a single farmer in them. I realized how close I had come to some